Chapter 890, Challenging Level 3. Chapter 890, Challenging Level 3. In front of the Black Tower, there were huge crowds. Almost everyone on Star Island was here. The 12 Heavenly Kings, except Tian Quan, who had already left Star Island, were all here. The 5 Tao Masters, though didn't show their faces, were all hidden in the dark and watching quietly. Everyone was attracted by the news that Jian Wushuang was going to challenge the Black Tower. The crowd was noisy. The 3rd level. After the 3rd level, he could leave Stellar Fog Sea. I'm wondering if he can do it. It's hard to say. This Blood Mountain is a complete monster. He is even more ingenious than Zidong. No more than 2 years after coming to this island, he had passed level 2 and improved with shocking progress ever since. Now, it is really possible to cross level 3. Anyway, he is the most talented Eternal Realm I have ever seen. If he cannot pass the 3rd level, then there will be no chance for us at all. Everyone was discussing about it. Among the crowd, Zidong and the elegant young woman stood side by side. Zidong smiled and said, "I just told you it won't take much time before Blood Mountain pass level 3. But I didn't expect him to do so immediately. Don't be too optimistic. He is just going to try but might not pass. You know how hard it is to pass the 3rd level. You've put so much effort, but are still far away from passing it. Blood Mountain, although very talented, only practiced for a short time. He is not likely to pass." The woman said while shaking her head, "Haha, let's have a bet then. I bet Blood Mountain will succeed." Zidong smiled. Over the past 200 years, he had been in contact with Jian Wushuang many times. He had some understanding of Jian Wushuang's character after so many practices with him. He knew clearly that Jian Wushuang wouldn't challenge level 3 without certain treasures. Now that he was here, the success rate would never be less than 50%. On the other side, Linglong and Qian Yu also stood there. "Blood Mountain, you must succeed." Qian Yu clasped his hands, his eyes shining brightly. He was the first person Jian Wushuang knew on Star Island, and they were naturally good friends. Because of their relationship, no one dared to offend him in Star Island. He admired and appreciated Jian Wushuang. Of course, he hoped he can go through. Ling Long also stared at the Black Tower, but with a complicated expression. She came to Stellar Fog Sea with Jian Wushuang and witnessed his growth and progress with her own eyes. Although Jian Wushuang was stronger than her when they first came here, the difference between them was not big. But what about now? Within just 200 years, Jian Wushuang's strength had improved to an unimaginable level. Her strength also improved with the help of the Star Jade Wall. But as compared to Jian Wushuang, the gap was really too big. In the midst of all the discussion, a figure suddenly appeared on the steps of the Black Tower. It's such a lively scene. An enchanting woman in red smiled and overlooked the crowd. "My lord!" "Lord Spirit Sound!" The crowd before the Black Tower immediately saluted respectfully. "Are you all here to watch Blood Mountain challenge the 3rd level?" The Lord Spirit Sound asked smilingly, "In that case, let me do you a favor and show you his actions in the 3rd level." Just then she waved her hand. Some ripples appeared in the void beside her. Then a huge mirror image showed up. This mirror image reflected the scene of the 3rd level inside the Black Tower. Inside the 3rd level, Jian Wushuang, wearing a blood-red robe and carrying a long sword, was confronting the Blood Demon, the fiercest demon in the 3rd level. The two were more than 300 meters away from each other. Apparently, the fight had not started. In front of the Black Tower, all eyes were fixed on the mirror image. Hidden in the dark, the 5 Tao Masters also looked up. Level 3 of the Black Tower. Jian Wushuang stood silently, totally unaware of the shock outside brought by his actions. All his attention was on the blood demon in front of him right now. the highest level of Blood Demon. Last time we met, he defeated me with only 2 moves. But this time it will be different. He held his fists and made the first move without any hesitation. Buzz, the immaterial sword essence, burst out. Several blood sky swords appeared in front of him and formed a 6-meter-long scarlet sword in no time. At the same time, his body began to swell. He then transformed into a gold-armored ancient god with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. At that moment, Jian Wushuang had adjusted to his peak state. Let the fight begin. Following the shout, a scarlet thunderbolt shot out from his body and fused into the scarlet long sword. Soon afterwards, the long sword shook a little and disappeared. The first sword formation of the 9th heaven sword formation, Traceless Sword. Why was it called the Traceless Sword? Because the sword formation would sweep out without leaving any trace in the void. Now, Jian Wushuang had a perfect mastery of the first sword formation and left no trace when performing the skill. Too fast. Apart from several experts, most of the audience in front of the tower did not see where the scarlet sword go. They only heard a violent, wind-breaking sound. Later on, the void in front of the Blood Demon was broken through, and streams of spatial turbulences rattled wildly. The terrible strong power shocked those hidden Dao masters. The Blood Demon, with a wide and thick saber, attacked as violently as before. Before most of the audience noticed Jian Wushuang's long sword, the Blood Demon's saber was already on its way. Clang! With a loud crash, the sparks caused by violent collision of metal scattered away. All the audience noticed a shudder from the Blood Demon's body after the collision. Soon, Jian Wushuang launched another violent attack with his scarlet long sword. The long sword pierced through the void with so much ease. Like fish in the water, the sword showed up again in front of the Blood Demon. Chapter 891, The 7th Step. Chapter 891, The 7th Step. Shoo! The scarlet long sword shuttled through the void with terrible strength and stabbed at the Blood Demon again and again. As Jian Wushuang became more skilled in controlling the sword formation, he could use it to hack, chop, and even swipe, not just simply stabbing. The long sword was fast and flexible, making it difficult for the Blood Demon to resist. So quick. Too quick. Not only fast, but also so flexible. The audience cannot stop marveling at the scenes. Blood Mountain's sword formation is indeed formidable. He was not that Ajiai the last time we practiced. As he became more skilled with the sword formation, his sword control grew more and more flexible. The power of this sword formation has been upgraded to a whole new level. Zidong gasped in admiration. His sword formation is impressive, but this alone is not enough to pass the 3rd level. The woman beside him said. As expected, the Blood Demon finally erupted completely. The Blood Demon suddenly waved his saber and rushed forward. Majestic power burst out from the saber and beat off the scarlet longsword over and over again. He quickly approached Jian Wushuang and was right in front of him in no time. Swoosh! The Blood Demon hacked with the saber, so swift and violent, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. At such a sight, all the audience sighed pitifully, thinking that Jian Wushuang was about to lose. After all, the sword formation was his most powerful weapon. With the protection from it, he could fight with the Blood Demon face to face, but once the Blood Demon approached him. 200 years ago, when Jian Wushuang was fighting Zidong, he lost tragically because his sword formation was invisible and didn't work for Zidong at all. He was then easily approached and defeated. Now he was approached by the Blood Demon. Once close, Jian Wushuang could not use the 9th heaven sword formation. His offensive power would be greatly reduced. However, these people did not know he was not what he used to be 200 years ago. Now his sword heart had reached the top of level 6, and his divine Een Thunder had entered the second level. His body was extraordinarily strong, strong enough to resist the blood demon even without the ninth heaven sword formation. When the blood demon appeared in front of him and held up the saber, Jian Wushuang immediately waved his Blood Mountain Sword. Once the Blood Mountain Sword's ultimate power was triggered, Jian Wushuang instantly performed the fourth move of the Boundless Heaven sword art. Bang! With a loud noise, a terrible roar shook the entire Black Tower. After that, Jian Wushuang staggered and dropped back several steps, but his aura remained strong and intact. He survived. How could he survive? Did he survive the blood demon's attack without the sword formation? The audiences were all stunned. In terms of attack, he had such a violent, yet nimble sword formation. In defense, he could resist the blood demon from nearby. Then this battle. Just as when everyone was still shocked by what they saw, Jian Wushuang suddenly snorted, and his body split into half in midair. Yes, it is split into two. Doppelganger. It is the doppelganger. Everyone was shouting under the Black Tower. Jian Wushuang, who was still in the third level, revealed his two original bodies at this moment, his eyes cold and solemn. The world body stepped back toward the edge, and the slaughter body, with the Blood Mountain Sword and a monstrous aura, directly rushed out toward the blood demon. The world body controlled the ninth heaven sword formation and attacked the blood demon in a frenzy again and again. The slaughter body performed the swordsmanship and fought with the blood demon face to face. On the battlefield, streams of violent sword light roared out one after another, accompanied by the harsh noise from the 6-meter-long scarlet longsword, which was shuttling back and forth in the air. The two are perfectly matched. Facing such an attack of two different offensives, the blood demon appeared a little confounded and kept moving backward. At this sight, the audience all stood in amazement. Is the blood demon suppressed by him? This is the blood demon in the third level, the last anchor of the Black Tower. Yet he is suppressed? Too strong. The Blood Mountain is too strong. His original body controls the sword formation, while the doppelganger fights. Both are terrible. The blood demon cannot withstand the attack from the two. Is the blood demon going to lose? Countless screaming rang in succession. Among the crowd, Zidong also stared at the image with wide eyes, appearing astonished. This Blood Mountain. His strength is beyond the eternal realm. I'm sure he is able to fight with a real Tao master right now. Zidong said in his deep voice. He did not disguise his words, so the people around him heard and were all shocked. To fight with a Tao master. In the eternal world, it is a wild wish for people in the eternal realm to confront with a Tao master fair and square. Is this the legendary seventh step? The woman beside Zidong murmured. The seventh step. The crowd was silenced at the sound of these three words. Within the eternal world, there were only 6 steps in the eternal realm. The 6 steps of the eternal realm was divided according to the 6 levels of the sword heart. The top of level 6 represented the highest level in the eternal realm. However, there was a rumor in the eternal world, saying that a 7th step existed. It was said that a long time ago, before the Tang of the Eastern Land was created, there was an extraordinary eternal realm in the eternal world. This eternal realm was able to fight with Tao Master. The entire eternal world was shocked by his strength. Just because his power was too strong to go beyond the eternal realm, someone defined him as the 7th step of the eternal realm. Only that one person had achieved the supreme 7th step during the entire history of the eternal world. In addition, 4 million years ago, the Star King, who had passed the level 3 test of Star Island and left Stellar Fog Sea, also reached the 7th step. But this Star King kept a low profile and had little fame in the eternal world. Now, The strength Jian Wushuang had revealed exceeded the 6th step and reached the 7th. This step was enough to confront ordinary Dao masters. Moreover, no one knew that Jian Wushuang was only a divine realm expert, except the Lord Spirit Sound and Ling Long. Of course, although he was a divine realm expert, he was still an inverse cultivator. He couldn't be judged based on ordinary realms. Lord Spirit Sound once said that top experts on this land had a better understanding about inverse cultivators. They regarded inverse cultivators as cultivators of a higher level. Therefore, inverse cultivators on the divine realm expert level were actually no different from normal eternal realm cultivators. Chapter 892, Lineage of Stars. Chapter 892, Lineage of Stars. Is he about to succeed? The Lord Spirit Sound had been watching the images from the mirror image all the time. Right now, her face broke into a smile. It's right. He is an inverse cultivator on the divine realm expert level and should be regarded as an eternal realm. Besides, he has good opportunities, a supreme bloodline from the ancient god, a set of remarkable sword formation, and the secret skill of divine Yin Thunder from the Star Island. It is natural that he could pass. The Lord Spirit Sound was not very surprised by Jian Wushuang's performance in the 3rd level, but the others were totally dumbfounded. Inside the 3rd level, Jian Wushuang's 2 original bodies cooperated with each other. The world body controlled the sword formation, while the slaughter body fought in close combat. The 2 were a perfect combination. Shoo! The horrific sword formation broke through the air like a bloody electric drill. Before the blood demon could ward off the formation, the sword light from the slaughter body shot toward him from the other side. The blood demon had exhausted himself, but was still completely suppressed. Being suppressed by his opponent, the blood demon grew weaker and weaker. Finally, the long sword stabbed fiercely at the blood demon, whose body exploded right away. The blood demon collapsed. He passed. The blood demon is defeated. He really passed the 3rd level. In front of the Black Tower, the crowd was shocked at the sight. Even the 5 Dao masters, hiding in the dark, were astonished by what they saw. After passing the 3rd level, Jian Wushuang could leave the damnable place of Stellar Fog Sea. It was the expectations of everyone on this island. In history, only the Star King left Stellar Fog Sea 4 million years ago. Today, Jian Wushuang was the 2nd person to do so. He passed. Seeing that the blood demon totally collapsed, Jian Wushuang was finally relieved. He waved his hand, and the 9th heaven sword formation immediately broke up into many blood sky swords, which were then stored in the interspatial ring. His 2 original bodies reunited. Blood Mountain. Out of nowhere, the Lord Spirit Sound showed up in front of Jian Wushuang. Lord Spirit Sound. Jian Wushuang looked over. It took you only 210 years to pass level 3 of this Black Tower. Very impressive. She sighed softly and then made a gesture. Follow me. Jian Wushuang felt an invisible force rushing toward him, and his body was no longer under control. At the same time, in front of him, a space wormhole suddenly appeared and directly drew him in. The moment he crossed into the wormhole, the space on the 3rd level quieted down. The mirror image in front of the Black Tower disappeared. The crowd was still there. Everyone was praising and discussing, waiting for Jian Wushuang to walk out from the Black Tower. On a lake covered by endless gray fog, huge lotus leaves floated on the surface of the water. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang emerged out of thin air on top of one of the lotus leaves. He looked around. This is Star Lake, the place where I live. Lord Spirit Sound was standing before him. She continued, What I have left on the Star Island is only an incarnation. What you see now is my original body. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded slowly. Blood Mountain. You are clear of the rules on Star Island. You should know that after passing the 3rd level of the Black Tower, you are qualified to leave the Stellar Fog Sea. Lord Spirit Sound went on, but there was something else. Something else. Jian Wushuang was confused. You can leave Stellar Fog Sea if you pass the 3rd level. This is true. Apart from it, you're also qualified to be a disciple of the Star Bloodline, said Lord Spirit Sound. A disciple of the Star Bloodline? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Star Bloodline. What was the Star Bloodline? He had never heard of it in the Eternal World. But he could guess that the Star Bloodline must have something to do with the great expert who had created the vast Stellar Fog Sea. Blood Mountain listened carefully. The Stellar Fog Sea was created with great means by the founder of the Star Bloodline. The purpose of its existence is to select qualified disciples for the Star Bloodline. Lord Spirit Sound narrated. There are 4 black towers on Star Island, representing 4 different levels of tests. Among these 4 levels, the levels of the Divine Realm, Eternal Realm, and Tao Master are designed to help select ordinary disciples. You just passed the Eternal Realm test and could be accepted as an ordinary disciple of the Star Bloodline. This is your disciple token. Lord Spirit Sound handed a token to Jian Wushuang. He automatically took it over and put it on his hand. A closer look at the token with his consciousness, he discovered a vast sea of stars, boundless and bottomless, sending out a unique and frightening aura. That aura was strong enough to make Jian Wushuang's heart tremble. He swallowed hard and quickly calmed down. Then he asked, Lord Spirit Sound, you've talked so much about the Star Bloodline, but where is it exactly? Why haven't I heard about it in the Eternal World? In his eyes, the founder of the Star Bloodline, who had created the Stellar Fog Sea, must be a remarkable expert. Such a mighty person shouldn't be unknown to others. His Star Bloodline shouldn't be unheard of. The Star Bloodline is not in your realm. It's natural that you haven't heard about it, said Lord Spirit Sound. Not in this realm. Then where? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Lord Spirit Sound glanced at him and smiled. The Eternal World is huge. It's not as simple as you think. Your knowledge about it is like a drop of water in the sea. When you become a Tao Master and have a wider knowledge, you'll naturally know. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang frowned. What he knew about the Eternal World was only a fraction of it. How big was the Eternal World exactly? You don't have to know too much about the Star Bloodline. After all, you are so weak right now. You should improve your strength first. Lord Spirit Sound smiled. By the way, now that you've passed the test and become a disciple of the Star Bloodline, I'll choose 3 opportunities for you and then send you away. This is the rule set by the founder. 3 opportunities. Jian Wushuang's heart lightened. Chapter 893, The 1-Meter Sword. Chapter 893, The 1-Meter Sword. Jian Wushuang remembered that when he first came to Star Island, Lord Spirit Sound said if he passed the 3 tests of the Black Tower, he could leave Stellar Fog Sea. Besides, she would also give him some additional opportunities. Now this must be it. 3 opportunities. He was quite expectant. The Star Bloodline must be very extraordinary, for the Stellar Fog Sea was already quite unusual. The opportunities mentioned by Lord Spirit Sound must also be a heritage from the founder of this lineage. Opportunities left by that kind of experts naturally made Jian Wushuang very excited. The founder has left many treasures and opportunities in the Stellar Fog Sea. I will choose 3 useful opportunities for you. Lord Spirit Sound looked at him and said, Your sword formation looked marvelous. Its creator must have a very profound understanding about sword principle and formation. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. The 9th Heaven sword formation was co-created by Sunrise Sword Emperor and Tao Master Spirit. In the Eternal World, Sunrise Sword Emperor and Tao Master Spirit were acknowledged as the greatest sword cultivator and formation master respectively. Both represented the top level in their respective fields. The formation is wonderful indeed, and you're also skilled at controlling it. But it's a pity that the magic weapons forming up the formation are of low grade, said Lord Spirit Sound. Jian Wushuang was astounded by her words. The magic weapons that form up the sword formation. The Blood Sky Sword. The 36 Blood Sky swords were peak-level eternal weapons from the Blood Eagle Guard's treasure vault. He spent huge amount of credits for these expensive weapons, which were systematically made and identical to each other. However, such weapons were low-grade in the eyes of Lord Spirit Sound. Your sword formation will be more powerful with systematically made magic weapons. I happen to have one set which is very suitable for you. What do you think? She stretched out her hand, and a magic sword weapon glowing with lavender light emerged on her palm. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the weapon on her hand. It was 1 meter long, with a thin hilt and a sharp edge. What a fine sword! Seeing the cold radiance reflected from the edge, he knew how sharp it was without using it. Of all the magic sword weapons he had seen, only his Blood Mountain sword was sharper than this one. The Blood Sky sword was nowhere near it. Most importantly, the aura from this sword was far beyond the reach of eternal weapons. Is it an Emperor weapon? A sudden thought flashed in his mind, but he soon shook his head. No, it feels totally different from an Emperor weapon, although it has similar aura. This sword is 1 meter long, hence the name 1 meter sword. Lord Spirit Sound continued. Although it is not an Emperor weapon, this sword is more powerful than ordinary Emperor weapons. It's a very common, systematically made sword weapon in the Eternal World. Many powerful sword formations in the Eternal World were performed with it. On the market, a single 1 meter sword is worth 1 billion divine gems. Speaking of this, she paused and looked toward Jian Wushuang. 1 billion divine gems. He was totally stunned. An ordinary Emperor weapon was only worth 400 or 500 million divine gems at the auction. However, this 1 meter sword would be sold at a much higher price of 1 billion, which was a clear evidence of its power. I saw your sword formation was made up of 36 systematically made magic weapons. So my first opportunity for you is a set of 36 1 meter swords. What do you think? Lord Spirit Sound said with a smile. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's heart pounded violently. If a 1 meter sword was truly worth 1 billion divine gems, 36 of them would be worth 36 billion divine gems. That was an astronomical number. 36 billion. Jian Wushuang was amazed, but he suddenly frowned. Is there anything wrong? Lord Spirit Sound glanced at him. Lord Spirit Sound, here's my problem. The sword formation that I'm practicing now contains 3 levels. The number of weapons required in each level is different. 36 weapons for the first level, 72 for the second level, and 108 for the third level. I already had a perfect mastery of the first level formation. When I leave Stellar Fog Sea and reach the Eternal Realm, I'll have enough spiritual power to practice the second level. By that time, I'll need 72 swords. You also know that the sword formation's greatest power could only be unleashed with identical systematically made magic weapons. The 36 1 meter swords from you would be useless when I reach the second level. Jian Wushuang said. He spoke the truth. He had been studying the second level of Ninth Heaven sword formation with some progress, but the second sword formation required too much spiritual power. He could only wait until he reached the Eternal Realm. Since it was not long before he could practice the second level, the 36 swords for the first level would be of little use to him. I see. The Lord Spirit Sound nodded and then smiled. I do have more 1 meter swords at hand. But since 36 of them are worth 36 billion divine gems, 72 of them, Jian Wushuang turned nervous. He did longed for a set of suitable and powerful systematically made magic weapons, which would greatly improve the strength of his sword formation. But the 1-meter sword was so expensive, he couldn't do anything if the Lord Spirit Sound didn't want to give them to him. Relax. The 1-meter swords are expensive indeed, but compared with the many treasures our founder left on the Star Island, they're nothing valuable. Since they will be useful to you, you should have them. You just said that you need 108 of them for the 3rd level sword formation, didn't you? Then I will give them all to you. After saying this, Lord Spirit Sound waved her hand. Suddenly 108 swords, shining with lavender light, flew out one after another and floated in front of Jian Wushuang. Chapter 894, The Bodhi Fruit. Chapter 894, The Bodhi Fruit. Seeing the many 1-meter swords floating in front of him, Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. He put them into the interspatial ring without any hesitation. Each handle is worth 1 billion and is more powerful than an ordinary emperor weapon. 108 1-meter swords. He clasped his hands. With these swords, I don't have to worry about weapons when practicing the 2nd and 3rd level of the 9th heaven sword formation. Next is your 2nd opportunity. Lord Spirit Sound spoke again. Jian Wushuang immediately looked toward her. The 1st opportunity was already invaluable. What could the 2nd opportunity be? Blood Mountain. You're a divine realm expert now. After leaving Stellar Fog Sea, you'll soon reach Eternal Realm, which is not difficult for you at all. But after that, it won't be easy to become a Tao Master. Jian Wushuang nodded. He didn't worry about breaking through the Eternal Realm. After all, he met the requirements for Eternal Realm a long time ago. In his 200 years on the Star Island, based on his understanding of the world Tao and Slaughter Tao, he already had a profound comprehension of the 9 occults. If he wanted, he could directly break through with just a little preparation. Limited by the tests on the Star Island, he had been restraining his realm and delayed the breakthrough again and again. But he would definitely do it after leaving Stellar Fog Sea. However, becoming a Tao Master was not as easy as breaking through the Eternal Realm. I have some Bodhi fruits. You can take them. The Lord Spirit Sound waved her hand and showed him some white Bodhi fruits. Bodhi fruits! Jian Wushuang stared at the Bodhi fruits in her hand and detected an extremely strange aura from them. The Bodhi fruits are extraordinary treasures. Here are 5 of them. Take one for every 1,000 years, and I guarantee you'll become a Tao Master within 10,000 years. The Lord Spirit Sound looked at him, wearing a cold smile. To become a Tao Master within 10,000 years. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Of course, the Bodhi fruit has many usages. It may seem a bit wasteful if you swallow it indirectly. If you can find someone to refine them into Bodhidhan. 1 Bodhidhan is enough to help an Eternal Realm become a Tao Master within a short time, said Lord Spirit Sound. Is the Bodhidhan so effective? Jian Wushuang marveled. To become a Tao Master was so hard in the Eternal World. They were so rare. Even in the Tang of the East, Tao Master level experts were not very common. The birth of each Tao Master, the top expert in the Eternal World, required years of accumulation. The most important thing was to find one's own Tao way. For many years, Jian Wushuang had been meditating under the Star Jade Wall and had some idea about finding his own Tao way. But it would take a long time before truly opening up. He had some confidence in his talent, and he knew his chances of breaking into the Tao Master in the future were great. But he was not sure how long it would take. Could the Bodhidhan really help an expert to reach Tao Master within a short period of time? If news about the elixir spread out, the countless eternal realms in the eternal world would go crazy about it. After all, a lot of top-level eternal realm experts dreamt of becoming Tao masters. These 5 Bodhi fruits are the second opportunity for you. They can guarantee you the position of a Tao master in the future. As to refining them into Bodhi Dawn, it totally depends on you. Lord Spirit Sound let out a faint smile and threw the 5 Bodhi fruits to Jian Wushuang. He took them and carefully put them into the interspatial ring. Putting away the Bodhi fruits, Jian Wushuang felt relieved. But then he suddenly asked, Lord Spirit Sound, is there a difference between Tao masters practiced with the help of Bodhi fruit and those without? Difference? Just a little. Lord Spirit Sound nodded. The function of the Bodhi fruit or Bodhi Dan is to help you create your own Tao way in the shortest possible time, so as to meet the minimum requirement for Tao masters. The created Tao ways vary in strength. A more powerful Tao way indicates a stronger Tao master, and vice versa. The Tao ways created with the help of the Bodhi fruit or Bodhi Dan are usually those weakest ones. Is that so? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked, only the weakest Tao way. He was greatly disappointed. He was ambitious and wanted to be a Tao master, but was unwilling to become just the most ordinary one. He would never choose the weakest Tao way unless he had to. Lord Spirit Sound said, I give you these treasures just in case. If you have some trouble on the way, you can still become a Tao master with the help of these Bodhi fruits. But if everything goes well, you don't have to rely on them. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, already having his own idea. If he could become a Tao master on his own, he wouldn't use the Bodhi fruits. But if there was little hope of becoming a Tao master on his own strength, he would have to turn to these Bodhi fruits for help. Great. I had already given you 2 opportunities. It's time for the third one, which is also the most special one. Lord Spirit Sound's face turned grave. The third opportunity is invaluable, much more valuable than the previous 2 combined. Most importantly, it suits you the most. It will be of great help to you and even change your fate. Change my fate? Jian Wushuang was puzzled and grew more expectant. But I need to mention that I only give you a chance to win this fate-changing opportunity. It depends on your own ability to get it. Lord Spirit Sound said, only a chance. Jian Wushuang complained in his heart, but nodded heavily. A great opportunity that could change one's fate was not easy to obtain. But as long as it can be obtained, it would be of great benefit to him too. Jian Wushuang certainly would not give up such a good chance. Follow me. Lord Spirit Sound uttered these words and then waved again. Another space wormhole appeared before her. Without a thought, she stepped into the space wormhole directly with Jian Wushuang. Chapter 895 Island? Chapter 895 Island. On a giant island, completely covered by a thick fog, located at the farthest end of the stellar fog sea, Jian Wushuang came to this island with Lord Spirit Sound. After landing on the ground, Jian Wushuang took a look at his surroundings. However, other than the thick fog, the only things within view was scattered gravel. He was surprised to find out that all the stones and even the ground were a weird scarlet color. The ground? Jian Wushuang stamped on the scarlet ground, finding that it was very hard and smooth. He deliberately stamped harder, but the ground remained unaffected by his strength. Follow me. Lord Spirit Sound led Jian Wushuang deeper into the island. Jian Wushuang followed closely while inspecting his surroundings. He could tell that there was something unusual about this island. First of all, it was too quiet. There was no sound at all on such a huge island. After a short time, Jian Wushuang arrived in front of the only mountain on this island. This giant mountain was the same scarlet color, but it had a strange shape. Here it is, Lord Spirit Sound said. He stopped and looked up towards the weird mountain. Jian Wushuang looked at the mountain too. It appeared lifeless and had no sound. Gu King, I've brought the little guy I told you about last time, Lord Spirit Sound said. His voice echoed across the island. The huge island remained quiet for a long time. Then, a deep old voice rang out as loud as thunder. Is that him? The sound revealed no emotions at all and came from all directions. Jian Wushuang looked around immediately, but he couldn't tell where exactly the sound came from. Is it from the ground? Jian Wushuang looked at the scarlet ground. A divine realm expert. The deep old voice echoed across the island again. Humph! How could a divine realm expert deserve what Master left? The deep old voice became angry. Immediately, Jian Wushang felt an incredible oppression coming from everywhere. It felt like it could crush his bones, and his face turned red. Seeing this, Lord Spirit Sound flicked his sleeve, and the oppression surrounding Jian Wushuang immediately disappeared. Lord Spirit Sound said, Gu King, although this little guy is only a divine realm expert, he's an inverse cultivator. He just arrived at Star Island about 200 years ago and has already passed the 3 eternal realm tests. It's rare to have such ability. In addition, the stuff your master left has little to do with a person's realm, right? You are right, but a divine realm expert is still too weak. It's impossible for him to get what master left. Come again once he reaches Tao Master. How do you know he's unable to get it without even letting him try? Lord Spirit Sound sneered. After a short silence, the deep old voice spoke again. Little guy, what's your name? Blood Mountain, sir, Jian Wushuang answered. My master did leave a valuable treasure here, but it's not easy to acquire. I don't believe there's any chance for a divine realm expert to succeed. If you still insist on trying, although it won't kill you, it may cause serious injuries that will need a very long time to recover from. The deep old voice stopped for a while, then continued. Now, let me ask you again. Do you want to try? Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded without a second thought. It was such a big opportunity. Who knew if there would be another chance if he missed this one? Not to mention serious injuries. Even if he might die, he would still want to give it a try. Okay, as you wish. The entire island became silent again after these words. Are we starting now? Lord Spirit Sound looked at the Scarlet Mountain, smiled, then said, Blood Mountain, pay close attention to what happens next. Jian Wushuang was stunned, but nodded subconsciously. Boom, boom, pow. At this moment, the entire island started to shake madly. What's going on? Jian Wushuang frowned, then looked at Lord Spirit Sound and realized that she was already floating. She obviously knew the island would begin shaking. Jian Wushuang began to float as well while looking around in confusion. Suddenly, with a loud buzzing, the peak of the giant Scarlet Mountain began to split, revealing 2 weird suns that were both a dark gold color. This is. With both eyes opened widely, Jian Wushuang stared at the 2 suns, while feeling as if his head was about to explode. Suns? What suns? They were obviously 2 giant dark gold eyes. Yes, they were 2 eyes, and their size was comparable to 2 small mountains. Each eye was several times bigger than the gold-armored ancient god that Jian Wushuang had turned into. While still at the peak of the mountain, the eyes suddenly opened and focused directly on Jian Wushuang. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang realized that the scarlet ground he was previously standing on was wriggling madly. It was wriggling. The entire island was wriggling. Next, many huge scarlet tentacles emerged from the wriggling ground. Jian Wushuang and Lord Spirit Sound were in the sky above the island, watching as this all took place. He could clearly see that the entire giant island beneath him had become alive. Numerous tentacles were reaching out from every part of the island as the ground slowly split open, revealing its true form. Jian Wushuang was stunned upon seeing the island's true form. Island. This was not an island. It was a giant worm that had been curled up. Yes, the Scarlet Island he saw before was just the outer shell of this giant worm. Chapter 896. I am Gu King. Chapter 896. I am Gu King. How could it be? When he saw this, even Jian Wushuang felt a hint of fear. It was enormous and boundless, with scarlet scales surrounded by numerous savage tendrils covering its body. A simple glance revealed countless hundreds of tendrils, thickly dotted across its body. There was a huge maroon head at the top of that scarlet body, which was also fully covered with tendrils. Also, there was no nose on its face, just a pair of humongous eyes and a wide-opened, bloody mouth. There were also 2 tendrils beside its mouth. It was fiendish, scary, and horrifying. It gave off a frightening atmosphere which seemed to cast a shadow over everything in its surroundings. However, the most blood-curdling was its size. It was just way too humongous. Jian Wushuang had seen some huge exotic beasts before, but compared to this enormous scarlet worm beast, even the biggest one was a joke. They wouldn't even be qualified to be called small. It was just like comparing ants to an elephant. The humongous island they had been standing on before was actually its coiled-up body. Is this really the island we were just standing on? Jian Wushuang's heart was trembling. Before this, he had walked a good distance on the island and noticed that the island seemed unusual. But to his great surprise, this island was actually a living creature and a huge, horrifying worm beast at that. Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. However, his expression changed suddenly. This is... His eyes were filled with astonishment. He stared at the huge worm beast in front of him, carefully. This beast, he sensed something familiar about it, like he had met it before. Jian Wushuang tried to recall where he had sensed this before. In no time, he realized the worm beast's identity. The ancient god clan. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. Now he remembered. When he landed in the ancient god clan, he was badly wounded. At that time, ancient god of the ancient god clan, along with Eldering, used a savage scarlet worm beast to cure him. Jian Wushuang even assimilated the essence blood of the worm beast. The worm beast's essence blood seemed extremely precious. However, the worm beast that was used to cure him, when compared to this one, putting aside size and number of tendrils, was exactly the same in every other aspect. I am Gu King. An ancient and heavy sound was heard as enormous scarlet worm beast looked at Jian Wushuang with its humongous and round eyes. I am a plenilune centipede from the ancient god clan. My lord is the 8-star imperial god of the ancient god clan, King Luo Zhen. The ancient and heavy sound reverberated throughout the area surrounding Jian Wushuang, which greatly shocked him. The 8-star imperial god. Jian Wushuang's eyes widened. The hierarchy of the ancient god clan was decided by the number of angles in the star on their chests. So, the 1-star ancient god was the weakest, similar to a human divine realm expert, while the 2-star ancient god was equivalent to the eternal realm, and the 3-star ancient god in the ancient god clan, as he knew, was at the same level as the Tao Master in human. 3 stars was enough to rival human Tao Master. Yet this one, the Master of Gu King, was an 8-star ancient god. 8 stars. What level would he reach according to the standards of human cultivators? Moreover, he is an ancient god of imperial bloodline. How powerful would he be? Blood Mountain, I sense the bloodline of the ancient god clan inside your body, and the purity of it is extremely high. You also possess the imperial bloodline. Besides that, you are quite gifted since you managed to pass the 3 tests of Star Island and become the disciple of the lineage of stars. So, I will give you a chance to acquire my master's most valuable treasure. After saying that, Gu King lowered its mutant-sized head and opened its bloody mouth. At that moment, Jian Wushuang looked deep inside its bloody mouth, where he saw a dark golden light. "What's that?" Jian Wushuang glanced at that dark golden light, but there was not enough time for him to understand what it was. Gu King's bloody mouth drew near and seemed as if it was trying to devour Jian Wushuang. Before Jian Wushuang could react, Gu King swallowed him in one gulp. Lord Spirit Sound watched all this happen, from the beginning to the end, without interfering. Quite the opposite. He was standing there with a curious smile on his face. After being swallowed by Gu King, Jian Wushuang was confused for a second. He didn't understand what had happened at first, and by the time it dawned on him, he was already inside a grandiose scarlet palace. This scarlet palace was also tremendous, with enough space to accommodate thousands of people. However, Jian Wushuang knew that this palace existed inside Gu King's stomach. At this point, Jian Wushuang finally understood what the dark golden light which attracted him was. There was a drop of dark golden essence, blood, suspended above the scarlet palace. Yes, a drop of essence blood. This drop was exceptionally pure and contained incredible power. It only took Jian Wushuang one look to be completely enthralled by it. At the same time, the ancient god bloodline inside him began to seethe subconsciously. It began to seethe dramatically and even started to boil. His light in his eyes even began to burn with a subconscious desire. It was the first time Jian Wushuang had such peculiar feelings since he assimilated the ancient god bloodline. Although this feeling was weird, he was still able to remain calm in the deepest place of his heart. Is this drop of essence blood the most valuable treasure which that 8-star imperial god left? Jian Wushuang whispered. Blood Mountain. The voice of the Gu King arose directly in the palace. What you are looking at is the inheritance essence blood which was condensed by my master before his death. This drop of blood contains my master's bloodline and power. If someone from the ancient god clan manages to refine this drop of essence blood and slowly absorb its energy over time, they could eventually come to possess the imperial bloodline of the ancient god. As for the power, although they would not be able to completely inherit my master's strength, which was at the 8-star ancient god level, he could still, at the very least, reach the level of 5 or even 6 stars. And this increase in power will not have any side effects. After the master's essence blood is completely absorbed, they can still rely on their own ability and continue to improve their strength. Of course, the prerequisite for achieving this is that they must be able to refine this drop of essence blood. Chapter 897, Consciousness. Chapter 897, Consciousness. Essence blood of inheritance. Staring at the drop of dark golden essence blood floating above the palace, his eyes shone brightly. He had the bloodline of the ancient god clan. For him, this drop of essence blood of inheritance from the 8-star imperial god was akin to a great fortune. Which king? I'm curious as to how can I refine this drop of essence blood? Jian Wushuang asked. All you need to do is to go up there and start to refine. But in the process, you'll be met by an obstacle hindrance. As to what that obstacle may be, you'll find out when the time comes. Which king's voice rang in the Scarlet Palace. Remember, you only have one chance to refine it. If you fail, don't try again but just leave. Got it. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then he flew directly towards the drop of dark gold essence blood. Soon Jian Wushuang approached the drop of dark gold essence blood. Jian Wushuang fixed his eyes on the drop of essence blood fervently, burning with excitement. Then he reached out a large hand and tried to grab the drop of essence blood. But the moment he touched it, he triggered an invisible attack. Jian Wushuang shuddered. This is a consciousness attack. Jian Wushuang looked surprised. He himself was good at launching consciousness attacks. Therefore, he was quite familiar with such attacks. Is this the obstacle I must overcome during the refining? Jian Wushuang nodded and immediately focused on refining the drop of essence blood. As he was refining it, the consciousness attack that came from the drop of essence blood was becoming more aggressive. After around half an hour, Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly sparkled. He opened his mouth, and the drop of dark gold essence blood instantly shrank and fluttered inside his body. I made it. Jian Wushuang was thrilled. How is this possible? An old but vigorous voice rang out throughout the whole Scarlet. Witch King's voice obviously revealed a note of incredulity. The consciousness attack in Master's essence blood is incredibly powerful. How could this kid fight off this consciousness attack without any effort? This is impossible. The Witch King found it quite astonishing that Jian Wushuang refined the essence blood left by his master so easily. It was indeed easy for Jian Wushuang. During the process of refining, Jian Wushuang did not meet much resistance at all, and he succeeded in just half an hour. As confusing as this may have been, the fact remained that Jian Wushuang had refined the drop of essence blood smoothly. Humph! As a snort sounded, the whole Scarlet Palace began to tremble. Then, the Witch King disgorged the huge Scarlet Palace from his stomach. Jian Wushuang, who was staying inside the Scarlet Palace, was spat out, still in the stellar fog sea. Looking indifferent, Lord Spirit Sound was standing in the void. Meanwhile, the unbelievably colossal body of the Witch King was floating ahead of him, and Jian Wushuang was walking out of the Scarlet Palace. Just when he stepped out, the Witch King's gold-colored eyes, as bright as the sun, suddenly swiveled in his direction. Blood Mountain, tell me, have you learned any secret skill that can enhance your own consciousness? The Witch King asked in a low voice. Secret skills that can enhance one's own consciousness? Jian Wushuang was stunned and shook his head softly. He had previously practiced some secret skills about consciousness attacks. But as for those that could strengthen one's own consciousness, he had not even have heard any, let alone practice it. No way. This is utterly impossible. The Witch King let out thunderous bellows. Master's essence blood contains a form of consciousness attack. Its impact varies with each individual. The higher one's phase is, the stronger the attack will be. But anyway, you're an inverse cultivator at the level of the Divine Realm Expert, which equals to a normal Eternal Realm Expert. Thus, the impact of this consciousness attack on you must also be quite hard to bear. Even a real Dao Master might not be able to fend it off. But you not only fended it off, but managed to do so with little effort. It was as though the consciousness attack didn't influence you at all. Since you did that, your consciousness shall be unusually strong or even more powerful than most of the Tao Masters. You're merely a Divine Realm Expert. If you never practiced that kind of secret skills, how has your consciousness become so strong? You must have learned some secret skills before. Think harder. The Witch King's voice was very tense. The Witch King had seen the world when he followed his master, an 8-star imperial god, on expeditions in a variety of places. Based on his experience, he was sure that Jian Wushuang must have practiced some form of unique secret skill that reinforced his own consciousness. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang would not have been able to refine the essence blood left by his master so easily. When Jian Wushuang heard the words of the Witch King, he could not resist scowling. Some secret skill that can enhance one's own consciousness. It was true that he never practiced any, but the Witch King was so certain about this. Could it be? A possible explanation dawned on Jian Wushuang. The universal Tao scripture. Jian Wushuang yelled, abruptly clapping his hands. When Jian Wushuang joined his master Xian Yi and became his personal disciple, Palace Master Xian Yi personally handed him the universal Tao scripture. At that time, Xian Yi did not describe what specific use this universal Tao scripture had. He only told him that the universal Tao scripture was highly unique and could be quite helpful in the future. Jian Wushuang was also bemused about this scripture. When he was in the ancient god clan and treated like a clansman of the ancient god clan, he had suspected that the universal Tao scripture had changed the aura of his soul. But during the meeting with Xian Yi later, this speculation was denied. However, now, could it be that what the universal Tao scripture has changed is not the aura of my soul, but my consciousness? Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. Of course, this was just a guess. He could not be certain. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and said, "Witch King, my senior, I did learn a very special secret skill. But I have no idea what effect that secret skill has. All I know is that it is a very unusual secret skill." Well, that must be it. The Witch King nodded with assurance. You, as a divine realm expert, have not lived in this world for a very long time, right? Even if you've been through a great amount of training and survived great hardships, your consciousness would not be that strong. So, you surely have practiced some secret skill to enhance your consciousness. And this kind of secret skills that help one improve his consciousness is rather rare throughout the world. So the one you practice is naturally out of the ordinary. Is it? Jian Wushuang nodded. To verify this, he would have to send a message to his master after he got out of the stellar fog sea. Well, no matter what, you've refined the essence blood of my master. From now on, you are the successor of my master. The Witch King announced in a booming voice, as though these words were beyond question. Then he cast his eyes on Jian Wushuang once again. Blood Mountain, give 1 drop of your ancient god essence blood. The Witch King requested, My ancient god essence blood? Jian Wushuang nodded. Each ancient god had his own essence blood, and so did Jian Wushuang. Although he did not know what the Witch King would do with his essence blood, he extracted a single drop and handed it over to the Witch King without hesitation. Chapter 898, Plenilune Centipede. Chapter 898, Plenilune Centipede. Once he obtained the ancient god essence blood of Jian Wushuang, the Witch King shot a curious look at Jian Wushuang with his enormous eyes. Then myriads of mysterious cracks started to appear on the Witch King's gigantic body. Each of those cracks was unfathomable to Jian Wushuang. The mysterious cracks covered the Witch King's body. Then the Witch King opened his mouth and swallowed down the drop of Jian Wushuang's ancient god essence blood. Kid, brace yourself, the Witch King shouted. As these words faded, his large body with a huge hideous head on the top dashed towards Jian Wushuang. Without giving Jian Wushuang any time to react, it crashed into Jian Wushuang. However, to Jian Wushuang's shock, when the Witch King's body collided with his, he did not feel any impact. Instead, the Witch King's body actually entered into his. This. Jian Wushuang felt his brain was jammed. He stared at the scene, totally at a loss. There was nothing he could do but watch the Witch King's huge body pour into his. Soon, the Witch King's island-sized body had completely vanished out of sight. At the same time, a mysterious scarlet crack, one that looked quite complex, emerged on Jian Wushuang's right arm. Blood Mountain. A vigorous voice sounded from Jian Wushuang's insides. Senior Witch King, what are you doing? Jian Wushuang was utterly astonished. From this day on, you're my new master. There's no need to call me senior any longer, just Witch King. The Witch King said. His tone appeared to be friendlier. New master? What's going on? Jian Wushuang still did not fully understand what was happening. As I told you before, I am Plenilune Centipede. Plenilune is the name of my population. The Witch King began to explain the situation. The clan I belong to is called the Plenilune clan. Human cultivators also address the plenilune as plenilune worm beast. The plenilune is born with an ancient god and relies on the ancient god's blood to survive and grow. You can perceive the plenilune as a kind of parasitic beast. Anyway, the plenilune clan is destined to serve the ancient god clan since they were born. For the ancient god clan, the plenilune clan is their close ally. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was taken aback. It had occurred to him that when he was staying in the ancient god clan, he saw many ancient gods carrying worm beasts just like the Witch King, but they were much smaller. Those ancient gods all treated the worm beasts as their brothers. Since I was born, I've been around my master king Luo Zhen and lived on his blood. As master strength kept going up, I grew stronger and stronger. When master became the top 8-star ancient god, I also became the plenilune centipede in the prime of my life. But later, master met his downfall. I escaped with his essence blood of inheritance and tried to find a suitable successor for him. However, given that I lost the ancient god that I relied on, I could not survive for long. So I came to the Stellar Fog Sea. The Stellar Fog Sea was created by the founder of the lineage of stars. With the magic means he left here, I managed to scrape a living. But I can only exist in the form of an island and cannot move. The slightest of moves will shorten my lifespan. I have remained here and waited for a long time. Finally, you, a man with the bloodline of the ancient god clan, came to me. But you're merely a divine realm expert. Merely a divine realm expert. I never thought you could refine Master's essence blood. Master's essence blood was in my stomach. To give you an opportunity to refine it, I would have to make a significant move, which would dent my lifespan. Thus, I attempted to persuade you to give up. But to my surprise, your consciousness is so powerful that you actually made it. Speaking of this, the Witch King also sounded a bit thrilled. Now, you've refined Master's essence blood of inheritance, so you're the successor of my master. And as I have accomplished all tasks left to me by my master, the next thing I have to do is find a new ancient god to rely on and survive with his blood. You, the successor of my master, are naturally the perfect candidate. Therefore, from now on, you're my new master. I'll live in your body, feed on your ancient god blood. That explains it. Hearing the Witch King out, Jian Wushuang nodded and now had a general idea of the whole event. The plenilune is a kind of parasitic beast that only feeds on the blood of an ancient god. Over the past years, the Witch King failed to find any ancient god to rely on, so he could only turn into an island and has since struggled to survive with the help of the unique features of the Stellar Fog Sea. Now that he had become the successor of that king Luo Zhen, the Witch King finally completed his mission. Hence, the Witch King picked him as his new master and expected to live on his blood. Realizing all the things that had occurred, Jian Wushuang gave an unbidden wry smile. When the Witch King picked him as his new master, the Witch King did not ask for his approval. At the thought of this large worm beast living in his body from now on, Jian Wushuang could not help but feel chills climbing up his spine. Then, Jian Wushuang asked the Witch King a few more questions, such as how to communicate with him. After learning everything he should know, Jian Wushuang reluctantly accepted that he had become the Witch King's master. At this point, Lord Spirit Sound, who had stood in the void nearby and watched all this quietly the whole time, approached him. Blood Mountain, congratulations. Lord Spirit Sound stared at Jian Wushuang. She had witnessed everything that had taken place. The reason that I took you here was that I hoped you could have a try since you carry the bloodline of the ancient god clan, but who knew that you really obtained the supreme treasure that the king left behind. How blessed you are, tut-tut. Jian Wushuang smiled. Although being recognized as the new master of the Witch King made Jian Wushuang a little overwhelmed, he had also successfully gained the essence blood of inheritance that 8-star imperial god left behind, which was indeed a great fortune. Well, I have already given you 3 opportunities. Now, You may leave the stellar fog sea. Lord Spirit Sound said. At this, Jian Wushuang's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, Lord Spirit Sound, I have some friends on this star island. I wonder if I can. But before Jian Wushuang could finish his words, Lord Spirit Sound cut him off. I know what you're going to say. I'm sorry. The rule is the rule. It was established by the founder of the lineage of stars. Even I have no right to change it. Thus, if anyone on the star island wants to leave, he has to pass the 3 tests in the Black Tower and become a disciple of the lineage of stars. If he can't meet this requirement, he will be trapped on this star island forever. Lord Spirit Sound's voice sounded quite callous. Chapter 899 Before Departing. Chapter 899 Before Departing. When he heard Lord Spirit Sound, Jian Wushuang couldn't stop his expression from changing. After all, he did have a few friends on Star Island. Like Ling Long, who had entered the stellar fog sea with him and had even been through some life and death situations with him. Then, there were also Qian Yu and Zidong. He had a good relationship with Qian Yu, while Zidong had sparred with him many times and even helped him out over the years. If possible, he wanted to bring these 3 out with him when he left the island. But, of course, the rules of Star Island were not that easy to break. If you want to bring them with you, there is a way. However, it will be quite difficult for you, Lord Spirit Sound suddenly said and smiled. Are you referring to the 4th Black Tower? Jian Wushuang asked. There were actually 4 Black Towers on Star Island. The first 3 Black Towers were there to test divine realm experts, eternal realm experts, and Tao masters, but the 4th tower had always been a mystery. However, there was a rumor on Star Island that whoever conquered the 4th tower would be able to control the stellar fog sea. Regarding the rumor on Star Island about the 4th Black Tower, it is not exactly wrong. That tower is about the final test on Star Island, replied Lord Spirit Sound before continuing. I mentioned to you before that passing the first 3 towers means you can become an ordinary disciple of Star Bloodline, but that only means to be an ordinary disciple. However, the 4th Black Tower... The person who founded the Star Bloodline set the rules that anyone who can pass the test in the 4th tower can become a true disciple of Star Palace and will be able to enter it. Meanwhile, that person will also gain control of the entire stellar fog sea, which also means he will gain control of Star Island. If you successfully pass the 4th Black Tower and become a true disciple of Star Palace, whether or not the people on Star Island can stay or go will be completely up to you. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded and then asked, What realm was the 4th tower created to test? Well, it definitely has a very high requirement, much higher than your current level. So you still have a long way to go before your cultivation reaches that point. In the future, once your strength has improved enough, Gu King will let you know, Lord Spirit Sound said with a laugh. I still have a long way to go. Jian Wushuang sighed helplessly. After all, he was still quite young. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, so it was already incredible for him to have reached his current level. As for the strength required to defeat the 4th tower, he was not there yet, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be strong enough in the future. Oh, there is one other thing. Jian Wushuang looked at Lord Spirit Sound and continued. When I entered the stellar fog sea 200 years ago, there were 4 of us. Shui Jin died and Ling Long entered Star Island with me, but I never did find out what happened to Jiu Zue. Do you, Lord Spirit Sounds, possibly know his whereabouts? The other person who came with you? Lord Spirit Sound frowned and shook his head. I am in charge of Star Island, but I have no control over what happens in the stellar fog sea. So I don't know where Jiu Zue is now, the person who came with you. However, since it's been over 200 years now, and he has not entered Star Island, it's highly likely that he is already dead. He is dead. Jian Wushuang frowned while sighing to himself. In the beginning, he had entered the stellar fog sea along with Jiu Zue, Ling Long, and Shui Jin, but only he and Linglong had survived. Moreover, Linglong was not strong enough to pass the test of the Black Tower, so it would be a very long time before she was able to leave. She could even be trapped here for the rest of her life. Jian Wushuang was the only one with enough talent and luck to be able to leave. Among the four, he was the luckiest. Do you have any other questions? Lord Spirit Sound asked, with his hands behind his back and a patient expression on his face. There is nothing else. But before I leave, I want to go back to Star Island and tie up a few loose ends. Is that okay? Jian Wushuang asked. That is fine. Lord Spirit Sound nodded slightly. However, whether you are on Star Island and in the Stellar Fog Sea or not, you cannot reveal any information regarding the Star Bloodline or Star Island to anyone, no matter who they are. I will place a strong restriction on your body. If you tell anyone, the restriction will activate. Unless someone stronger than me steps in, you will definitely die. After that, Lord Spirit Sound flicked his wrist, and Jian Wushuang was instantly surrounded by a red light. When facing Lord Spirit Sound, Jian Wushuang was completely unable to fight back, so he could only accept it as the red light entered his body. A restriction. He could not help but smile bitterly. Before entering the Stellar Fog Sea, there had already been a restriction placed on him by Emperor Lung. Now, while leaving the Stellar Fog Sea, another restriction was being placed on him. Okay, you can go. Lord Spirit Sound made a simple motion. Then, in front of Jian Wushuang, a wormhole appeared out of thin air. Jian Wushuang stepped into the wormhole and immediately returned to Star Island. Back on Star Island, Jian Wushuang had passed the third Black Tower test in front of everyone. When news of this spread, everyone on Star Island was completely shocked. Everyone on the island was very excited. After all, the Stellar Fog Sea had been around for a long time, and only one person had ever left alive to date. The odds of leaving here were just too low. Because the odds were so low, the people on Star Island didn't see any hope for the future. Maybe they were already very desperate. But now that Jian Wushuang was preparing to leave, the hope that was buried deep in their hearts had been rekindled. If Blood Mountain can pass through the third tower, why can't I? Almost everyone had this train of thought. In front of the Black Tower stood a crowd of people who were waiting for Jian Wushuang to reappear. But even after such a long time, he still had not come out. Everyone understood that he had probably left with Lord Spirit Sound and possibly even exited the Stellar Fog Sea already, so these people could only slowly disperse. Inside Jian Wushuang's courtyard on Star Island, everyone who had an excellent relationship with Jian Wushuang was gathered here. Linglong, Zidong, and Qianyu were all gathered here, with Jian Wushuang sitting in the middle. Blood Mountain, congratulations. Zidong stared at him with a burning look in his eyes that was very deep, yet possessed a hint of envy. Before the arrival of Jian Wushuang, he had been the person who was the closest to passing the third test. No one expected Jian Wushuang, who had only arrived recently, would only need 200 years to completely surpass him. Not only that, he even took the lead and passed the third tower. Chapter 900, The Kong Ming Dao Master. Chapter 900, The Kong Ming Dao Master. By the way, since you have passed the third level of the Black Tower, you can now leave the Stellar Fog Sea, right? Zidong looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes, that's true, but I am the only one who can leave. Jian Wushuang said with a faint nod. I asked Lord Spirit Sound if I can take you guys with me, but the answer was no. Zidong, Qianyu, and Linglong looked at each other without speaking. They were not surprised to hear this result. I really envy you. Qianyu praised. You are the most talented among us. After you is Zidong. He has passed the second level and may have a chance to leave in the future. But as for me and Linglong, maybe we will be stuck here forever. On hearing this, Linglong expressed a bitter smile. No, you won't be kept here forever. I've asked Lord Spirit Sound, and he told me that if someone is able to pass the task of the fourth Black Tower, he will be the master of the stellar fog sea. Then you will have the chance to leave, said Jian Wushuang seriously. I will do everything I can to improve my strength once I leave the stellar fog sea. I promise I will come back if it's possible, and then I will pass the task of the fourth Black Tower to get you out. Aha, I'm so happy to hear that. Qian Yu grinned. Blood Mountain, we will depend on you now. Zidong said with a smile. I trust you. Ling Long took a solemn look at Jian Wushuang. Well, I'm about to leave the Star Island soon, but first we should get a drink together. Jian Wushuang laughed and said, Zidong, and the other three also made their own toasts. Jian Wushuang stood up after just one shot. Zidong, you know that Qian Yu and Ling Long are not so strong. You should take care of them in the Star Island from now on. You can count on me. Zidong nodded. My three friends, take care. Jian Wushuang left after saying these words. But of course Jian Wushuang didn't leave immediately. Instead, he made his way to a castle made of black stone on the edge of the island. The master of this castle is one of the 5 Dao Masters of the Star Island, Dao Master Kongming. Jian Wushuang stood in front of the Blackstone Castle. He then bowed slightly to the castle, and then his loud voice rang out. Dao Master Kongming, Blood Mountain is here to pay you a visit. Enter, said a voice from inside the castle. Jian Wushuang rushed into the castle and arrived at the garden. He then saw a middle-aged man with mustache in a cyan long gown, carefully tending the flowers. The middle-aged man stopped what he was doing when Jian Wushuang entered. He turned his head slowly to look at Jian Wushuang. Blood Mountain, you have passed the 3rd level of the Black Tower, and you are able to leave Star Island. So tell me, what is your purpose here? Dao Master Kongming said in a calm voice. An elegant aura spread out from him as he spoke. I come here to ask you a favor. Jian Wushuang said. Yes, asked the Dao Master Kongming. To be honest with you, I came to this stellar fog sea for only one reason, and that is the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit. Jian Wushuang openly expressed his intentions. The eyes of the Dao Master Kongming narrowed when he heard Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit, his gaze fixed on Jian Wushuang. Dao Master Kongming, I'm aware that you have Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit in possession. 50,000 years ago, you were being hunted by someone and had to flee into Stellar Fog Sea when you saw no other option. And now, with the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit still in your possession, I was hoping that you could do me a favor, and I, Blood Mountain, will always remember that you did me this favor. Jian Wushuang said in a serious tone. Remember this favor. Dao Master Kongming uttered a snorting laugh. Blood Mountain, how dare you treat me like a fool? I'm now trapped in the Star Island. What's the use of your favor when I hardly have any chance of leaving? Moreover, the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit is of great value and is quite meaningful to me. If it weren't for the fruit, I wouldn't have been hunted and never would have fled to the Stellar Fog Sea. 50,000 years ago, I chose to come to the Stellar Fog Sea rather than hand over the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit. And now, you want to trade this Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit with your worthless favor? How naive of you! Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes after hearing this. He had no idea that the Dao Master Kongming had been hunted because of a Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit. Dao Master Kongming, that Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit is useless to you now since you are trapped in the Star Island. But to me, it is of huge value. Besides, I believe that my favor might be of use to you. Lord Spirit Sound told me that if anyone can pass the task of the 4th Black Tower, then he can take control of the Stellar Fog Sea, which means he can control the lives of everyone within. And this 4th Black Tower, as long as I have the ability, I will do my best to pass. The 4th Black Tower, you say? Dao Master Kong Ming glanced at Jian Wushuang with surprise, and then snarled. Not even the Dao Masters have the ability to do so. What makes you think you can pass such a challenge? I have no assurance of success. Jian Wushuang said truthfully. The fourth Black Tower is indeed currently beyond my ability, and it is true I have no faith passing. Nevertheless, I still have the potential for success. It may seem quite unlikely, but there is hope. The Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit cannot help you in any way right now, so why not exchange it for the only chance of leaving the Star Island? I believe that you, Dao Master Kongming, will make the right choice. Jian Wushuang said with sincerity. He had no choice, for the fruit was in the hands of the Dao Master Kongming. And though Kongming is a Dao Master expert, he could not pass the first level of the Black Tower. However, he had spent 50,000 years in the Star Island and had cultivated a very powerful secret skill, not to mention his own ability. It is true his strength was way above that of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang needed to remain polite. He must try to convince the Dao Master Kongming to give him Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit willingly. Dao Master Kongming narrowed his eyes a little when Jian Wushuang finished his speech, and he succumbed to deep thought. It didn't take long for Dao Master Kongming to make up his mind. He looked up at Jian Wushuang again, with a smile on his face. You do have amazing talents. In the long history of Star Island, only 2 people have managed to leave. You are one of the 2 people. The other one is Star King from 4 million years ago. Being able to leave the stellar fog sea alive, you 2 are true exceptional genius, and you may even be stronger than Star King in terms of talent. Chapter 901, The Agreement. Chapter 901, The Agreement. Stronger than the Star King? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The Star King passed the test 4 million years ago and left the Star Island. But it took him about 1 million years to achieve this, while you only spent 200 years on the Star Island before leaving. One used for nearly 1 million years, the other one only used little more than 200 years. It is obvious which one has more talent. And a top genius like you, as long as you don't stumble along the way, will surely continue to achieve remarkable things in the future. So I believe what you just said. No one has reached the task of the 4th Black Tower, but you do stand a chance. Obviously, the Dao Master Kongming approved of Jian Wushuang's talent and potential. I will give you the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit on one condition, said the Dao Master Kongming. What's the condition? Jian Wushuang asked instantly. I will give you 100,000 years. You must come back to the Star Island in 100,000 years, and then attempt the challenge of the 4th Black Tower. I won't blame you if you don't succeed, and you must never blame me for being too cruel if you are not qualified. I know that you have a couple of friends on this island. I might not be able to hurt you, but I know how to deal with them. Remember, 100,000 years. If I fail to see any hope of you returning to pass the task of the 4th Black Tower, then I swear I will do everything in my power to torture those friends of yours. Dao Master Kongming said with coldness in his eyes. 100,000 years. Jian Wushuang frowned and hesitated for a while. Then he nodded heavily. I promise you I will be back in 100,000 years. By that time, if I'm not qualified for the 4th Black Tower, I will give you a treasure 10 times the value of the fruit. Also, I hope that my friends will be safe and no harm shall come to them in those years. That can be arranged. Dao Master Kongming nodded. He then waved his hand and tossed over fruit. This is the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit you asked for. Jian Wushuang looked at the fruit in his hands. The look of this fruit is very strange. This oval-shaped fruit is divided into 2 sides of colors. One side is black, the other is white. And the fruit also emits a unique fragrance that makes people desire it. So this is the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit. Jian Wushuang was delighted, and carefully put the fruit into his interspatial ring. Well, now that we made our agreement, I shall no longer bother you. Jian Wushuang made a salute to Dao Master Kong Ming. He then turned and left. Dao Master Kong Ming stared the back of Jian Wushuang with expectation in his eyes. Lord Spirit Sound, I'm ready to leave now. Jian Wushuang came to meet the Lord Spirit Sound. Lord Spirit Sound nodded his head and led Jian Wushuang to the center of the Stellar Fog Sea, a small, untended island. There is basically nothing on this island other than a huge space wormhole. But this wormhole is completely sealed. This wormhole connects to the world outside the Stellar Fog Sea. It is the only way out and can only be launched by me, said the Lord Spirit Sound. Jian Wushuang nodded softly. This island in front of his eyes just lies there in the fog sea. Often, there were too many experts wandering in this fog sea. Some of them may have found this island, but it still wouldn't make any difference, even if they found the island and the wormhole. Only the Lord Spirit Sound has the ability to launch this wormhole. As for others, even if they are really talented in formation, can never launch the wormhole. Lord Spirit Sound walked near the wormhole and then made a few unique gestures towards it. Soon enough, the space wormhole was launched. The wormhole will transfer you to somewhere random near the Stellar Fog Sea. Just go. Lord Spirit Sound waved his hands. Jian Wushuang, without any hesitation, walked straight into the wormhole. When he stepped into the wormhole, a weird light sparkled. Then the figure of Jian Wushuang vanished into the wormhole. The boundless stellar fog sea covers a huge area. The area it covers is way larger than a normal realm in the eternal world. Somewhere near the stellar fog sea, a space rift suddenly appeared in the peaceful void. Then a figure in red burst out from the rift. Finally made your way out. Jian Wushuang looked around himself the moment he regained his composure. What he saw was a wild, lush forest with no gray fog in the air. It was obvious that he really had left the stellar fog sea. I spent more than 200 years in this stellar fog sea. What a long time. Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. It may be that 200 years is just a flash in other eternal realms, but to Jian Wushuang it was such a long time. Blood Mountain. The solid voice of the Witch King echoed in the heart of Jian Wushuang. The Witch King thinks of Jian Wushuang as his master and lives inside his body. He and Jian Wushuang are connected by heart and blood, so they can communicate with their minds. Witch King, I'm now your master, so I may as well just tell you that my real name is not Blood Mountain, but Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang professed. Jian Wushuang. The Witch King doesn't seem to be surprised and continued to say, You are an inverse cultivator, yet now you have only reached the level of divine realm expert. That is just too weak. Now you just got out of the stellar fog sea. Your priority should be looking for a quiet place, shut yourself off, and cultivate so that you can break through to the eternal realm. Then you shall absorb the power of the essence blood from Master slowly. If you do so, your overall strength will sure to reach a whole new level. Shut myself off. Jian Wushuang shook his head, not so fast. I still have some pressing issues to take care of. After that, I will do as you suggest. Jian Wushuang was qualified enough to break through the eternal realm long ago. All he needed now was some time to cultivate in private. But now he had to go back to the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land and take Yin Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit to Wang Yuan for the crepe myrtle elixir, which can restrain the icy heart poison in Lung Rushuang's body. He is in no hurry for the breakthrough. After all the years he spent on the Star Island, he just doesn't care about it this time. I was just transferred from the Stellar Fog Sea, and now have no idea where I am. Maybe I should ask someone for directions. Jian Wushuang thought to himself while his body was already moving forward. Chapter 902, Plenilune. Chapter 902, Plenilune. Jian Wushuang rushed forward, all the while talking to the Gu King telepathically. He had many questions about the Plenilune clan. Gu King, can you tell me, what abilities do the Plenilune clan have? Their strongest ability is recovery. The Gu King didn't conceal anything from him. Their ability to recover is enough to rank top 3 among all the species in this world, including the bloodlines and exotic beasts. And this ability to recover can not only heal physical injuries, it can also cure damage to your mind and even your soul. Most importantly, it can greatly speed up the recovery of spiritual power. A high-level Plenilune with great strength can recover even better. Speed up the recovery of spiritual power? Jian Wushuang repeated, surprised. When he was still in the ancient god clan, he had known that the Plenilunes could cure others. He had no idea that they had the ability to speed up the recovery of spiritual power. Jian Wushuang had cultivated the heavenly creation skill, so his spiritual power could already recover fairly quickly. If he had the extraordinary recovery power of the Plenilune clan, perhaps he would never have to worry about using too much spiritual power. In addition to their great recovery power, the Plenilunes can also fight. Unfortunately, their fighting power is not that strong. But of course, if a Plenilune can continue to grow and metamorphosize into a Plenilune centipede, when he reaches his peak, he will awaken some type of secret skill from within his bloodline. These secret skills are extremely powerful against ancient gods. A Plenilune centipede in his peak? Isn't that what you are? Jian Wushuang smiled. Gu King, you have already awakened the secret skills, right? Yes, I have, the Gu King admitted. It's true I have awakened the skills, but I have no way of using them. Why not? Jian Wushuang was confused. Jian Wushuang, I once told you that the Plenilune attach themselves to the ancient gods, and their abilities depend largely on their masters, the Gu King began. As for me, I am indeed a Plenilune centipede in my peak. If my former master was still alive, I would still be attached to him and I would be able to use my abilities. My power to fight or recover would be quite strong. On hearing this, Jian Wushuang began to think of how huge the Gu King was. Though it is still not clear how powerful the Witch King's recovery ability was in his peak. But with an enormous body like this, Jian Wushuang can imagine how fearful the Witch King used to be. But when I took you as my master and attached myself to you, my powers were greatly weakened, because you are just a one-star ancient god, the Gu King said seriously. Jian Wushuang didn't know what to say. A one-star ancient god was the lowest level of ancient gods, and was the weakest among them. And now, just because of him, the Gu King's power had decreased. The one-star ancient god is at bottom level of the ancient god. Now, I life in your body, of course my power has descended to the bottom as well. Let's put the recovery ability aside and talk about fighting power. I'm only capable of fighting against the weakest human Dao Master, and may lose if I encounter someone with greater strength. That's because my master and I have gone through many great dangers, and also thanks to my killing secret skill. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to fight against Eternal Realm elites. The Gu King spoke with a hint of criticism. Is that so? Jian Wushuang made a wry smile. The Gu King must have been a true horror. Just the sight of his immense body and a Dao Master in the eternal world would be terrified. When Jian Wushuang heard that the Gu King was going to make him his master, he was indeed delighted. After all, the Gu King had remarkable strength and could help him when there was danger. But now, knowing that the Gu King's strength was reduced and that he could only fight the weakest Dao Masters, and that it was because of him, he inevitably felt a little disappointed. Well, it's not that bad. After all, he still has the strength of a Dao Master, and his recovery skill will be of great help. Jian Wushuang smiled to himself. One more thing, Gu King. The essence blood of your former master is now inside me. What should I do to absorb it? Jian Wushuang asked. Simple. Just wait. It takes a lot of time to absorb and transfer the power inside the essence blood, the Gu King answered. That's all I can do? Is there any way to speed it up a bit? Or can I try to absorb it all in one go? Jian Wushuang questioned. Ho ho! I suppose that would be fine if you think your life is too long. The Gu King snorted. Don't you forget, Jian Wushuang, you are only a one-star ancient god. Even if you can make a breakthrough, you will only become a two-star ancient god. The essence blood that my former master left possesses too much power, more than you could imagine, and you wish to absorb it all in one breath. Let me tell you something. If you attempt to do so, you may not survive. Even if you made it, such great power would not be absorbed properly. About 99% of it would be completely wasted. You would just ruin the essence, blood, my master spent great effort gathering. If you dare to do so, I will never forgive you. Jian Wushuang made an awkward smile. He had only been curious. He hadn't been expecting an answer like this. The inheritance essence, blood my master left to you requires a long time to take in slowly. I can assure you that if you do so, you'll be an elite expert in 100,000 years. You may not be able to reach the level of my master, but you are more than capable of becoming an overlord. Only a fool would do something like absorbing all the power at once. Well, there's one condition in which someone can take in all the power, the Gu King suddenly said. And that is... Jian Wushuang asked immediately. You would have to abandon everything you have for a slight chance of surviving this predicament, the Gu King told him with a firm voice. Jian Wushuang felt shock in his heart when he heard this. It was at this time that a loud sound spread out from the void ahead. Is someone there? Jian Wushuang frowned. Then he smiled. He flew quickly towards the sound. Chapter 903, The Blood Clothing Sect. Chapter 903, The Blood Clothing Sect. In the vast void, a large team was moving forward slowly. This team was made up almost entirely of people wearing fearsome scarlet armor. There were about 100 of them. Among these people were dozens of young men and women. Move faster. Faster now. Crack, crack. The whips slashed heavily. The leader of the men in scarlet armor was a bald man. He had a savage look and held a serpent-like whip in his hand. Father, little way. Crying and murmuring could be heard from the young people. Among the crowd, there was a young man in a shabby cloth made of animal fur. He had a dirty face and was holding a little girl in his arms. He may have been young, but his aura indicated that he had clearly reached the level of divine realm expert. The eternal world provided the perfect environment for cultivation. That is why there were countless geniuses, and this young man was one of them. Xiao Yin. The young man holding the girl had bright eyes, and they expressed his desire to live. He said in a gentle voice, Sister, I promise you will survive. The girl's body trembled slightly. Are we going to die, brother? The girl asked. This is the Blood Clothing Sect. I heard that when captured by these people, only 1 out of 10 will survive at most. The young man's face was pale as death. The Blood Clothing Sect was a notorious force in this territory. They had only one method of gathering disciples. They looked for talented experts within an area and killed all of their relatives so they could bring the young men back by force. After that, these young people would go through a bloody baptism. The bloody baptism was actually an elimination game to knock out 9 people from 10. Only the best could become disciples of the Blood Clothing Sect. Their way of picking disciples was truly far too cruel, but their cruel methods provided them with strong disciples, and the Blood Clothing Sect had expanded that way. They were strong enough to rank top 5 in this territory. The leader of the blood-clothing sect was so powerful that he was at the top of the eternal realm. It was said that he and the other two Tao masters were in a close relationship. That is why, despite their notorious fame, no one dared to stand against them all these years. Don't worry, Shaoyin. I will protect you. The young man hugged his sister with tears on his face. Suddenly, whoosh! Suddenly a man appeared in front of the crowd. All the men from the blood-clothing sect stopped at once. Who do you think you are to stop the way of the blood-clothing sect? Their bald leader spoke with a rather cold voice as he looked over with a whip in his hand. The blood-clothing sect had always acted in a tyrannous manner, and so had its members. The blood-clothing sect. Jian Wushuang wasn't familiar with this name at all, but he kept an eye on the looks of the young men. I see they are doing some dirty business here, but not bothering to hide it. They even told me their name. It looks like this blood-clothing sect is quite strong and famous here. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He raised his head. I want to ask for directions, and I was hoping you would tell me. Jian Wushuang's voice was somehow chilly. Ask for directions. The bald man laughed. You are the first one to be brave enough to ask the blood-clothing sect for directions in this whole area. Judging by your looks, you are still young, but you've reached the level of the eternal realm. Seems like you are a genius. We're going to have to take you with us too. Let's go, brothers. The members of the sect showed their excitement, rushing toward Jian Wushuang together. The coldness in Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. Immaterial sword shadows appeared before him. The sword essence may have seemed minuscule, but it emitted strong power. All the sword shadows shot forward. It was just like thunder and lightning. Jian Wushuang had a battle strength at the legendary 7th level. He could even fight a few rounds with a decent Tao master. It was way too easy for him to deal with divine or eternal realm experts. The sword shadows cut through the void into the bodies of the blood-clothing sect members, leaving them no chance to counter. In a mere second, hundreds were killed. The only one to survive was the bald man. As for the young men and women in the center, they were unharmed. The bald man was greatly shocked. Even a stupid man like him could not fail to realize that he had encountered a real expert, someone capable of killing him 1,000 times in less than a minute. Please, sir, ask me anything, and I will tell everything I know. The bald man kneeled on the ground and looked at Jian Wushuang with terror in his eyes. Tell me, which territory is this? Asked Jian Wushuang. This is Python territory, he answered. Jian Wushuang took out his map and began to study it. Python territory is here. Jian Wushuang looked at a point on his map. Python territory was fairly close to the stellar fog sea, but far away from the Tang of the East. If I start from the Python territory, it will take me more than 100 years to reach the Tang of the East on foot. It seems I have no other choice but to go to the Void Temple and find a wormhole, Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. Then he asked, Is there a Void Temple somewhere nearby? Void Temple? What is a Void Temple? The bald man was confused. You have no idea? Jian Wushuang asked, but then felt relieved. He was only in the 4th step of the Eternal Realm. He might have never had a chance to wander from the Python territory. It was reasonable that he had never heard of a Void Temple. Sir, I have never heard of such a thing as a Void Temple, but the leader of the blood-clothing sect is knowledgeable. He even has a good relationship with the 2 Tao masters in this territory. Surely he has heard of it. The leader. Jian Wushuang frowned. A cold smile spread on his face. Chapter 904, Lift a Finger. Chapter 904, Lift a Finger. You come with me, Jian Wushuang ordered, looking down at the bald man who was kneeling in front of him. He glanced at the young men and women behind him and said to them, As for you, go back where you came from and be careful not to get caught again. As soon as he had said this, Jian Wushuang took the bald man in one hand and set off, leaving the young men and women and the dead bodies behind. "Dead, my brother, the devils from the blood-clothing sect, are all dead," said the little girl who was being held by her brother. "Yes, they are all dead," a dirty young man wrapped in an animal skin said. His eyes were shining. It was that man, the Lord, who killed them. He killed all the devils from the blood-clothing sect in seconds. What a top-notch expert! And it appears that he is going looking for trouble with the master of the blood-clothing sect. The master of the blood-clothing sect? The demon? The girl was stunned. "I hope the Lord can kill the demon." The man clenched his hands and picked up the little girl. "Liline, let's get out of here, quickly." Soon, the young men and women who had been saved by Jian Wushuang all left. They had thought they had no chance of surviving under the hands of the blood-clothing sect, but they had been extremely fortunate. Jian Wushuang had happened to cross their path and save them. Jian Wushuang grasped the bald man from the blood-clothing sect, who guided him toward the sect's lair. On the way, he asked some basic information about the blood-clothing sect and the strength of their master. Top of the 6 steps of the eternal realm. Jian Wushuang thought with a slight smile. He didn't mind that. He didn't attach much importance to anyone below the level of Tao Master. "My lord, here we are," the bald man said in horror. Jian Wushuang stopped and looked at the huge rift in front of him. There were a few palaces and pavilions within, and it was protected by a formation with a blood-red light. It was clear that this was the lair of a sect. "This is the lair of the blood-clothing sect, and it has a protective array. But the protective array can only stop people in the eternal realm," Jian Wushuang thought. He smiled faintly with a sharp flash in his eyes. "Ch-ch-ch." A sharp sword slipped past the bald man's neck. Jian Wushuang killed him. The bald man had thought that Jian Wushuang would keep him alive if he followed his instructions. But Jian Wushuang had had no intention of keeping him alive. He knew how the blood-clothing sect did things, and had seen how he treated the young men and women. Jian Wushuang continued, moving closer toward the blood-clothing sect's lair. As soon as he appeared in the void above the rift, he set off the protective array. But he simply waved a ray of sword light and tore a hole in it easily. He rushed into the rift through the hole. In a grand palace, in the very center of the blood-clothing sect's lair. "In 3 months, the next bloody baptism will be carried out. Is everything we need ready? How about the little guys?" The master of the blood-clothing sect asked coldly. He was a young man with a red sword scar between his eyebrows. He was wearing a scarlet robe. Below him were several higher-level experts, the elders of the blood-clothing sect. At this time, wait, the master and the elders were startled. They were all clearly aware that someone had just torn a hole in the protective array. "Someone's breaking in," one of the elders said, standing up. But Jian Wushuang didn't wait for them to react. Swoosh! A figure had appeared in the palace like a ghost. Everyone in the palace stared at the newcomer. "You're the master of the blood-clothing sect, aren't you?" Jian Wushuang questioned with a slight smile. He was looking up at the man at the top of the palace. "Who are you?" the master of the blood-clothing sect asked with a cold expression. He could tell that the man in front of him was extraordinary. Anyone who could tear the blood-clothing sect's protective array so easily and break into the palace was either a Tao master or at the top of the eternal realm. The blood-clothing sect did not want to provoke such a man. "There is no need for you to know who I am. I am just here to ask something, and to clean this place out," Jian Wushuang said. His figure floated out. "Damn, you are looking for death. Kill him." The blood-clothing sect members became angry and attacked Jian Wushuang together. However, Jian Wushuang was powerful. No matter how many Eternal Realm experts joined the fight, they were just going to get slaughtered by him. Within a moment, The palace was completely quiet. Jian Wushuang waved his sword and cut the blood-clothing sect master's head off. The Void Temple subsidiary palace isn't far from here. Jian Wushuang thought with a smile. He had gotten his answer from the master of the blood-clothing sect, so he left immediately. When he left, he even destroyed the lair, splitting it in half. Jian Wushuang, the blood-clothing sect has no enmity toward you, and the master answered your question honestly. Why did you kill him and destroy the blood-clothing sect? You should know that the master of the blood-clothing sect has a good relationship with the 2 Dao masters in this territory. The Gu King asked Jian Wushuang. The blood-clothing sect has a horrible reputation. Their way of doing things is extremely vicious and cruel. Destroying this kind of sect is not a bad thing. Besides, it's so easy, Jian Wushuang answered. It seems that you are quite righteous. But I have to remind you, in this world, if you want to live long, you should keep as far away as you can from unnecessary troubles that have nothing to do with you, the Gu King said with a sad tone. My last host, King Luozhen, just died because he wanted to deal with troubles that had nothing to do with him. Really? Jian Wushuang nodded his head with a smile. Don't worry, if I wasn't able to measure danger, I wouldn't have been able to get out from the ancient world to where I am now. That's good. The Gu King responded and said no more. Jian Wushuang went directly to the Void Temple subsidiary palace. When he arrived, he took out his master's senior brother Shui Lingtian's token to open the space wormhole. With the space wormhole, Jian Wushuang quickly returned to the territory of the Tang of the East. Chapter 905 Accident. Chapter 905 Accident. Tang of the East, the Imperial Palace. As the capital of the Tang of the East, the Imperial Palace was extremely large and prosperous. It was filled with a sea of people. Finally home. Jian Wushuang stood on the street, breathing in the air of the Imperial Palace. His mood was complicated. More than 200 years ago, for 3-clawed blood eagle guards, Jiu Zue, Linglong, Shui Jin and himself had accepted the hell-level task to the extremely dangerous Stellar Fog Sea. 200 years later, he was the only one to have survived. 200 years have passed. What about the icy heart poison in Lung Rushuang's body? Jian Wushuang thought worriedly. But at this moment, what? Jian Wushuang felt an unusual energy in the Imperial Palace. On the street, royal guard soldiers in gold armor were everywhere. Jian Wushuang also perceived some concealed and tyrannical auras hidden in the dark. Did something happen? Jian Wushuang wondered. He wrinkled his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't been to the Imperial Palace in 200 years. Though heavily guarded at the time, it was far less compared to now. Jian Wushuang also discovered there were more experts in the Imperial Palace than before. Did something happen? Confused, Jian Wushuang took out a message token. This message token was used to connect with Wang Yuan. Elder brother Wang Yuan, I'm back. The message was quite simple. Jian Wushuang got the reply only a moment later. Haha, third brother, you finally returned. Over the past 200 years, I worried about you all the time. It made me lose a lot of weight, Wang Yuan said happily. Don't brag, I think you are much fatter than before, Jian Wushuang said jokingly, but then asked Wang Yuan seriously. Elder brother Wang Yuan, did something happen in the Imperial Palace? You already know that. Wang Yuan said with a smile, well, it's not a big deal. In 3 years, there will be a selection ceremony. A selection ceremony? Jian Wushuang repeated. He was shocked at first, then without thinking he mumbled, what is the selection ceremony? For whom? Of course, it's for the princess of the Tang of the East, Lung Rushuang. Who else's selection ceremony could attract so many experts? Wang Yuan said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's mood suddenly darkened. Selection ceremony. A selection ceremony for Lung Rushuang. Jian Wushuang had risked his life to find the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit in the stellar fog sea in order to save Lung Rushuang from poison. He had narrowly escaped from the stellar fog sea and brought the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit back. And here Lung Rushuang had been fine all along, even holding a selection ceremony to select a husband. Lung Rushuang, Jian Wushuang pondered a moment. No, with Lung Rushuang's temper, even if she hadn't been poisoned, she would never hold a selection ceremony, let alone the fact she was deeply poisoned and didn't have much time left to live. The selection ceremony must have been arranged by Empress Lung. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and said, "Elder brother Wang Yuan, I will come to you now." "Okay," Wang Yuan replied. Soon, Jian Wushuang arrived at Wang Yuan's mansion. As the chief alchemist in the Tang of the East, Wang Yuan got to live in a huge mansion in the imperial palace. There was a dim, secret chamber shielded by a restriction. The restriction was to prevent someone from breaking into the secret chamber or hearing the conversation inside. Now, there were only two people in the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang and Wang Yuan. "Haha, third brother, I knew you'd eventually make it out from the stellar fog sea." Wang Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. When Jian Wushuang entered the stellar fog sea, he'd been really worried about him. Now that Jian Wushuang was in front of him, he was extremely relieved. "Elder brother Wang Yuan, tell me about the selection ceremony," Jian Wushuang said very seriously. He was in no mood to make a joke. "We all know what kind of condition Lung Rushuang is in. If I fail to get the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit to refine the crepe myrtle elixir, she won't live more than 300 years. 200 have already passed. That means she can only live another 100 years at most. Why are they holding the selection ceremony now?" Jian Wushuang asked in confusion. Lung Rushuang was about to die. Why did Emperor Lung want to hold a selection ceremony for her? "Selection ceremony? Hee, Wang Yuan said with a sneer. "Third brother, the selection ceremony is actually a way for the Tang of the East to make alliances with the Xia clan through marriage." "Marriage? The Tang of the East with the Xia clan?" Jian Wushuang was grave. When he had been on the Circus Island, he'd once heard from Lin Wanner that the first master of the Xia clan had been recognized as the son-in-law of the Tang of the East for a long time. However, that was talk. It hadn't been realized after all. But now this marriage... Does Lung Rushuang agree? Jian Wushuang asked in a low voice. This issue was of great significance. If Lung Rushuang had agreed, it was a marriage of her own free will, something no one could prevent, not even Jian Wushuang. But if Lung Rushuang had not agreed, it was different. Agree. Wang Yuan said with a smile, if Lung Rushuang was willing to agree, then there wouldn't be a selection ceremony in 3 years, it would be a wedding. But it's strange. According to what I heard in the palace, when Empress Lung proposed that she marry the Xia clan, Lung Rushuang refused directly. But when Empress Lung proposed holding the selection ceremony, she didn't object. Third brother, you should know that the master of the Xia clan has been called the top genius of the eternal world, and he is at the top of the eternal realm. He is the true chosen one. Wang Yuan said with a smile. Everyone thinks he is the only one worthy of Lung Rushuang. Besides, who could possibly defeat him at the selection ceremony? So, almost everyone recognizes the selection ceremony as the marriage. Many believe that no matter what happens, Lung Rushuang will marry the master of the Xia clan. Of course, people have come to this conclusion because they don't know you, my third brother. If you join in the selection ceremony, the result might be different. Wang Yuan paused and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked incredibly confused. He had heard what Wang Yuan said. She refused the marriage, but didn't refuse the selection ceremony. Why she didn't refuse the selection ceremony? Was she hoping someone could beat the master of the Xia clan at the selection ceremony and marry her? Who is the person she wants? Is it me? Chapter 906, the answer. Chapter 906, the answer. Is it me? Jian Wushuang asked himself. He didn't know. Third brother, will you participate in the selection ceremony in 3 years' time? Wang Yuan asked Jian Wushuang with interest. Jian Wushuang fixed his eyes slightly, pondered for a while, then nodded heavily. I will. Haha, Wang Yuan laughed. Third brother, it seems that I am right. You really do like Lung Rushuang. Otherwise you would never have taken such a risk to find the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit in the stellar fog sea. Tell me, when did you become interested in Lung Rushuang? Wang Yuan turned his gaze, looking forward to Jian Wushuang's answer. Jian Wushuang put on a bitter smile, but his eyes became blurry. Lung Rushuang. As early as the first time he had seen her in the ancient world, the cold pride in Lung Rushuang's bones had made him throb slightly. This kind of throb spread slowly in his body like a spiderweb. The next month, when Jian Wushuang was living in the nature residence, Lung Rushuang had played the Chinese zither every day. Jian Wushuang had practiced his swordsmanship to this melody. For Jian Wushuang, it could be said that this had been his most relaxing month. Although he had not seen Lung Rushuang for a long time after that, she was still on his mind, leaving a very deep memory that could never be erased. Have I really fallen in love with Lung Rushuang? Jian Wushuang asked himself. Yes, I have. Jian Wushuang confirmed the answer in his heart. He felt good around her. From the beginning of his cultivation, step by step, he had been surrounded by countless women of varied character. However, the only one who stayed in his heart forever was Lung Rushuang. This feeling could not be wrong. As early as in the ancient world, as early as in the nature residence, Jian Wushuang had already loved her. After so many years had passed, the impression Lung Rushuang left in Jian Wushuang's heart had not weakened. It had become even stronger. When he saw her afflicted with the icy heart poison, Jian Wushuang had also felt a piercing pain in his heart. When Jian Wushuang learned that the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit could stop the poison, he had broken into the stellar fog sea without hesitation. Perhaps he could not treat this love like Zhu Zue did, asking for nothing in return, without any selfishness, only pure love. But true love was give and receive. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, looked at Wang Yuan and asked, Elder brother Wang Yuan, if I go to the palace, can I see her? You can't, Wang Yuan answered, shaking his head. Ever since the selection ceremony was announced, Empress Lung has blocked all outside connections. No matter who it is, if they want to see her, they have to get Empress Lung's personal approval. Really? Jian Wushuang wrinkled his eyebrows. Actually, I really admire the Empress for being so sultry and heartless, Wang Yuan said in an appreciative tone. She is the one who knows Lung Rushuang's condition best. However, at this point, instead of trying to find a way to save her life, she is squeezing out the last bit of her daughter's value by making her marry the Xia clan to achieve her purpose. Lung Rushuang is unfortunate to have such a mother. Lung Rushuang is being used as a chip? Jian Wushuang said. His eyes turned cold. Jian Wushuang had seen so much during these years that he could extrapolate many things from Wang Yuan's words. It appears I need to meet Master Mubai of the Xia clan and Empress Lung, Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice. Then he took out the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit and handed it to Wang Yuan. Elder brother Wang Yuan, this is the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit I brought back from the stellar fog sea. As for the crepe myrtle elixir, I'm counting on you. The yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit? You really got it? Wang Yuan said with a surprised smile. He nodded heavily. Don't worry, with the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit, I can guarantee that the crepe myrtle elixir can be refined within 3 months. When you join in the selection ceremony in 3 years' time, you will have to prepare a few wedding gifts. The crepe myrtle elixir is unique and would have a great effect on Lung Rushuang. It's absolutely appropriate to be one of the wedding gifts. Wedding gifts? Jian Wushuang repeated with a silent smile. By the way, I have a few things to show you. Jian Wushuang took out the 5 Bodhi fruits he'd been given by Lord Spirit Sound. This is... Wang Yuan stared at the Bodhi fruit in Jian Wushuang's hands, and a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The Bodhi fruit, this is the Bodhi fruit. You know it. Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Of course I know the Bodhi fruit. The Bodhi fruit is known to almost every alchemist who has attained certain accomplishments in refining elixirs. Wang Yuan said in an excited voice, the Bodhi fruit is the most important material in refining the legendary elixir, Bodhi Dan. Countless top-class alchemists dream of obtaining a Bodhi fruit in order to refine the legendary elixir. Unfortunately, the Bodhi fruit hasn't been seen in the eternal world for a long time. The last Bodhi fruit was found 5 million years ago. Third brother, how did you get 5 Bodhi fruits? Please don't ask me about the source of the Bodhi fruit. Just tell me whether you can refine the Bodhi Dan with them, Jian Wushuang said. Refine the Bodhi Dan? Wang Yuan had a bitter smile. Third brother, I have been studying with the master, and I've improved a lot in my refining elixir skill. I can barely take a seat as one of the chief alchemists in the Tang of the East, but when it comes to refining the Bodhi Dan. The Bodhi Dan is a legendary elixir that gives someone a 90% chance of breaking through from the eternal realm to Tao Master. In the whole eternal world, there can't be more than 3 alchemists who can refine this kind of elixir. I don't have the ability yet. But don't worry, my master can refine it. I'll give my master a message to ask him to refine the Bodhi Dan immediately. This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity that he certainly won't refuse. With his ability, 5 Bodhi fruits can be refined into 4 Bodhi Dan at least. Your master. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Please send my appreciation to him. If he needs any special materials, just tell me. I will collect them as soon as possible. The only requirement is to make sure to refine the Bodhi Dan in 3 years. 3 years? Third brother, you want to? Wang Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. Didn't you say I should prepare wedding gifts for the selection ceremony? 1 crate myrtle elixir may be not valuable enough, but if I add 4 Bodhi Dan, allowing the Tang of the East to have 4 more Tao Masters, as wedding gifts, the wedding gifts shouldn't be taken lightly, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of brilliance. Chapter 907, One People. Chapter 907, One People. After handing the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit and Bodhi fruit to Wang Yuan, Jian Wushuang immediately found a secret chamber and began a closed-door cultivation. In the secret chamber, he sat cross-legged alone, and his face was unusually serious. In 3 years, the selection ceremony will be held. I'm bound to have a direct conflict with the Xia clan, even Empress Lung. The result of the selection ceremony can't be predicted, and whether I'll survive is unknown. But before the selection ceremony, every improvement I make to my strength will increase my odds. The most important thing right now is to break through to the eternal realm. Jian Wushuang's eyes grew cold. He hadn't been in a hurry to break through before, but now everything was different. After all, he only had 3 years to prepare. In 3 years, he might have to face Empress Lung and the Xia clan, both huge forces. Let's get started. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and began to accumulate spiritual power. He had already reached the requirements to break through and realized the world Tao and the slaughter Tao at the 9th level occult. Everything was ready. The next thing he had to do was accumulate spiritual power to break through the bottleneck in his body. In the secret chamber, time passed. While Jian Wushuang was in the closed-door cultivation, Lung Rushuang was staying in the farthest end of the palace of the Tang of the East. She lived in a courtyard enclosed completely by restriction. She sat quietly indifferent as usual, looking like a fairy. Her face was paler than it had been 200 years ago. A beautiful, enchanting figure was slowly making its way over. "Your Majesty." The maidservants saluted respectfully at once. Lung Rushuang, however, was indifferent. "All of you can leave." Empress Lung waved her sleeves, and the maidservants left. Only Empress Lung and Lung Rushuang remained. "In 3 years, the selection ceremony will begin. Everything has been prepared for you already, except yourself," Empress Lung said coldly. "It doesn't matter whether I'm ready or not, does it?" Lung Rushuang said. The Empress glared at her and said in a low voice, "You should have been married to the Xia clan 1,000 years ago. I have tolerated you for 1,000 years, and that's more than enough. Not to mention that I'm not forcing you to marry the Xia clan now. Instead, I'm holding a selection ceremony for you to choose the best young man to be your husband. What on earth do you have to complain about?" "I'm not unsatisfied. I just hope that at the selection ceremony, you, my mother, can choose my husband according to the rules of the ceremony," Lung Rushuang said indifferently. "Nonsense. We are inviting all the experts from the many different forces of the eternal world. How can I back out in front of so many people? But you are the one that should follow your words. I'm afraid that the final winner will be the master of the Xia clan, and you cannot refuse to marry at that time," Empress Lung said. "Don't worry, if he wins at the selection ceremony, I will marry him," Lung Rushuang said. "Good," Empress Lung nodded. But the next moment, she said in a soft voice, "Shuang-er, I'm doing this for you. The master of the Xia clan, his character, appearance, and talent strength, is the best in the eternal world, almost flawless. Why does such a husband not deserve you? As for the poison in your body, although we couldn't find the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit to refine the crepe myrtle elixir, I have sent people to find other elixirs to suppress the poison. You can rest assured. And as long as my plan with the National Master is realized, I can reach a new level and help you quite easily. At that time, if you think that the master of the Xia clan doesn't suit your appetite, just tell me, and I will kill him and destroy the Xia clan. And I won't stop you from choosing someone else to be your husband. However, please tolerate this vexation for now." "Tolerate this vexation?" "Humph. Or in other words, you just want to use this marriage to placate the Xia clan and buy time for your and the National Master's plan. Mother, do you think my father would agree to this?" Lung Rushuang said coldly. "Emperor Shao? Even if he knew, what could he do? Win, and you are king. Lose, and you are the outcast. Now I am the queen of the Tang of the East. The mansion masters of 36 prefectures of the Tang of the East only admire me as the queen. Who cares about Emperor Shao?" Empress Lung said with a sneer. "But there is no sense in telling you. Be prepared. 3 years will pass quickly." After saying that, Empress Lung left and disappeared from the courtyard. Lung Rushuang was alone again, sitting in the courtyard. But on her cool face, a complicated emotion had appeared. 3 years will he come? Lung Rushuang immediately thought of a man. She gathered her consciousness, and a figure suddenly appeared next to her. It was a dirty girl in a tattered black coat, with big eyes and a touch of wit on her face. "Shuer, go see that man for me," Lung Rushuang said coldly. "No problem," the dirty girl said, blinking her eyes and nodding. Then she bounced vivaciously out of the courtyard. There was a restriction around the courtyard. No one could go in or out at will. However, the restriction seemed to be of no use to the dirty girl. The palace was guarded heavily and full of experts, but it seemed that no one could see her. The dirty girl bounced and left the courtyard quickly, and then she left the palace. If Jian Wushuang saw the dirty girl, he would recognize her at a glance as someone he had seen in the ancient world, Lung Rushue. She was Lung Rushuang's younger sister. At least, that's what he thought. However, if Jian Wushuang were to have witnessed the scene in the courtyard where Lung Rushue came out from Lung Rushuang's body, he wouldn't think so. Lung Rushuang and Lung Rushue were one person. In the imperial city, Jian Wushuang had been in the secret chamber for a month in a closed-door cultivation. He had tried to break through the bottleneck again and again. Today, he finally opened his eyes. "I made it," he said excitedly, eyes shining. The third step of the heaven-defying 4 steps of the heavenly creation skill, the everlasting realm, I made it. After staying in the second step of the deification realm for hundreds of years, Jian Wushuang had finally broken through. Chapter 908, the third step, everlasting realm. Chapter 908, the third step, everlasting realm. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang sat alone, observing the changes in his body. In the heaven-defying 4 steps of the heavenly creation skill, each step forward could bring a qualitative change. The first step was the heaven-treading realm. It had given Jian Wushuang an incredible degree of perception and talent. The second step was the deification realm. It had given him extraordinary, limitless battle strength. This was the reason he could fight with a Tao master when he was only a divine realm expert. The step he had entered now was the third step, the everlasting realm. The everlasting realm was similar to the eternal realm for ordinary warriors. At this step, the heavenly creation skill gave Jian Wushuang an unprecedented life-saving ability. In the everlasting realm, I become immortal. Jian Wushuang showed an expression of ecstasy. He already felt the change in his body. When he reached this step, his body had become completely different. He could clearly feel that every part of his body, his flesh, blood, even every single cell, seemed to be an independent life with exuberant vitality. Even if these parts separated from his body, they would still survive for a long time, and the body could live through them. In this step, unless his body was ruined completely with nothing left, Jian Wushuang would not die. If Jian Wushuang was more knowledgeable, he could hide a part of his body in a safe place. In this way, he could use it to recover even he was killed in a dangerous situation in the future. The everlasting realm. A real immortal body. Inverse cultivation is truly amazing. One can be immortal when they've only reached the eternal realm, the Gu King said. Like a parasite in Jian Wushuang's body, the Gu King could feel the change in his body and knew his new ability. Even the Gu King couldn't help but be shocked. Immortal! Jian Wushuang was delighted, but shook his head immediately. Unfortunately, this ability only exists in this step. If I become a Tao master in the future, this ability will be impaired. It will be impossible to ever be immortal again. After figuring out this step, Jian Wushuang started to explore his strength carefully. Stepping from the deification realm into the everlasting realm was just like a normal cultivator stepping from the divine realm into the eternal realm. Naturally, his strength would be greatly improved. As an inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang's improvement was even greater. There has been great improvement in all aspects of my strength and body. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and felt the power gather. He was at least a dozen times stronger than he had been when he was in the divine realm. His strength was now far beyond the limit of the eternal realm. Moreover, by breaking through the realm, he was able to improve several of his secret skills. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes again to cultivate the Star River secret skill of the ancient god clan. There were 34 levels of the Star River secret skill. Jian Wushuang had reached the 15th level when he was in the divine realm. This was far beyond what normal divine realm experts could do. His secret skill level would naturally be higher now. Jian Wushuang reached the 16th level of the Star River secret skill very easily, then the 17th, the 18th, and the 19th levels. 3 days passed quickly. After 3 days, Jian Wushuang finally reached his limit in how far he could cultivate the Star River secret skill. He had attained the 24th level of the Star River secret skill. After cultivating 9 secret skill levels in one go, his power had increased 27 times. Adding in the 45 from before, Jian Wushuang's power was now 72 times that of a normal expert. Jian Wushuang was sure that it was absolutely comparable to, or even stronger than the power of a normal Dao master. With my strength, I no longer need to fear a Dao master, Jian Wushuang thought. It is common for people to treat the inverse cultivation of an eternal realm expert as a Dao master. The strength of the two levels is comparable, the Gu King said, his voice sounding in Jian Wushuang's heart. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. He knew that before he'd broken through, he had been able to fight with ordinary Dao masters. Now, after breaking through the realm, his strength had skyrocketed. Naturally, his battle strength was stronger. Jian Wushuang began to cultivate the immortality secret skill. When he was in the ancient world, he had gotten the immortality secret skill, a secret skill for the body. His body was already very strong. With this breakthrough, he quickly advanced to the 4th level of the secret skill, divine body technique. His body became more tenacious and strong. Jian Wushuang finally came out of the secret chamber. As soon as he came out, Wang Yuan called him. In a meeting hall. "Third brother, you have finally finished your cultivation. Your senior brother has been waiting for you for half a month," Wang Yuan said. "Senior brother?" Jian Wushuang was confused. Then he noticed a young man sitting on a chair in the meeting hall. He had long, blood-red hair. It looked like he had bathed in a sea of blood. The young man was his senior brother, Xue Lingtian. "Junior brother, how's everything going?" Xue Lingtian asked with a smile. "Senior brother, how did you know I was here?" Jian Wushuang asked, walking toward Xue Lingtian. "Someone brought me." "Look," Xue Lingtian said, pointing to the opposite side. Only then did Jian Wushuang notice that there was another man sitting in the meeting hall. He was quite mysterious, enveloped in a black robe, so that Jian Wushuang could not see his face clearly. The man raised his head slightly. At the same time, laughter came slowly out from under his black robe. "Long time no see, Jian Wushuang." "Long time no see?" Jian Wushuang wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at the man. When he saw the man's thin, old face, Jian Wushuang trembled in shock. "Senior Dijing, is that you?" Chapter 909. The Arrival of Dijing. Chapter 909. The Arrival of Dijing. The man turned out to be Dijing, whom Jian Wushuang met in the ancient world and saved his life. Dijing was a subordinate of Emperor Shao. "I don't come alone. She came here with me." Dijing pointed to the door behind Jian Wushuang. Turning around, Jian Wushuang noticed a dirty girl who hid behind the door. "Lung Rushue?" Jian Wushuang felt surprised. "Hi, big brother. I haven't seen you in a while." Lung Rushue walked toward him with a bright smile. Jian Wushuang was wearing an odd expression as he looked at her. He had met Lung Rushue before, and knew she was the younger sister of Lung Rushuang. However, he found that Lung Rushuang was the only princess in Tang of the East. No one heard of Lung Rushue. Therefore, Jian Wushuang wondered about her. Now they met again. "How come you are still young after so many years?" Jian Wushuang chuckled. "I am a grown-up," Lung Rushue answered proudly. Jian Wushuang laughed and turned to Dijing. "Dear Dijing, are you in the ancient world with Emperor Shao? Why you come here with my first senior brother?" Jian Wushuang sat beside him and asked. He used to think Dijing's strength was unfathomable, although he was not as strong as Emperor Shao. As Jian Wushuang improved his strength and opened his mind, he was able to judge the real realm Dijing entered. Dao Master. As the 7th war god of Emperor Shao, Dijing was a real expert at the level of Dao Master. "My lord went back to the eternal world. I come to see you." Dijing smiled. "See me? About the selection ceremony?" Jian Wushuang guessed. Yes. Di Jing nodded seriously. Miss Lung is my lord's flesh and blood. He has been helping her detoxify the ice heart poison for years. He loves his daughter so much. A few days ago, my lord heard that Emperor Lung would hold a selection ceremony for Miss Lung, so he came here instantly. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang was not surprised. Emperor Lung wanted to make alliances with Xia clan through marriage, to which Emperor Shao would never consent. So, my lord, let me ask you, would you participate in the selection ceremony held 3 years later? Di Jing got right to the point. Of course I would. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. So, if you win at the selection ceremony, you will marry my lord's daughter. Di Jing stared at him. I will. Jian Wushuang nodded. But only if Miss Lung is willing to marry me. Hey, don't worry, my big brother. I'm sure my sister will marry you. Lung Ruxue giggled. Jian Wushuang shrugged. Well, let's discuss it. Di Jing began to talk. The selection ceremony will invite experts from all the forces. Many geniuses want to win, but there's only one winner. So the competition will be fierce. And the competition focuses on 2 things. One is the wedding gifts. The other is talent strength. The geniuses eligible to participate must have a certain power behind them. Some of them may be the top geniuses from all the forces, while some may be personal disciples who have been carefully cultivated by old masters. In short, since they will attend the ceremony, their wedding gifts are definitely great. Among these geniuses, the one who has the biggest power behind him is Xia Meng, first master of Xia clan. The marriage between Xia clan and Tang of the East is bound to happen. Emperor Lung had conspired with Xia clan earlier. As the biggest overlord clan in Tang of the East, Xia clan will prepare extraordinary wedding gifts. Jian Wushuang, have you prepared any wedding gifts? Di Jing asked. I do have prepared some, but I don't know if they are better than those of Xia clan. Jian Wushuang frowned. After he knew the selection ceremony from Wang Yuan, he immediately began to prepare 2 wedding gifts. They were crepe myrtle elixir and Bodhi Dan. The elixir could suppress the poison inside Lung Ruxuang. The 2 gifts were treasures, especially the Bodhi fruit. It could help an eternal realm expert become Dao master. Jian Wushuang was confident that his wedding gifts could match those of other geniuses, but he was not sure whether they were better than the gifts of Xia clan. After all, being the biggest overlord clan in Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land, Xia clan had an impressive history. Their wedding gifts would be well prepared. Not to mention, Jian Wushuang needed to surpass Xia Meng in every aspect. My lord said he could help you if your wedding gifts are not good enough. Di Jing said. Are you sure? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Emperor Shao is Lung Ruxuang's father. How can he prepare the wedding gifts for his son-in-law? Xue Lingtian said nothing beside them. At this moment he said to Di Jing, We won't bother Emperor Shao. Since Wushuang is the disciple of ancient sect, we will prepare his wedding gifts. My junior brother, Xue Lingtian looked at Jian Wushuang. I will tell our master about this. His gifts won't let you down. Thanks. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. He was confident in his master's mysterious and amazing skills. After hearing his words, Di Jing's complexion turned odd. According to the information he received, the master of Jian Wushuang and Xue Lingtian was only an eternal realm expert from an ordinary sect in the remote domain. How can an eternal realm expert prepare great wedding gifts? Although puzzled, he didn't talk about it too much because Jian Wushuang and Xue Lingtian were so confident. Now that we do not have to worry about the wedding gifts, the only thing left is strength. Jian Wushuang, can you battle with Xia Meng? Di Jing looked at him. Chapter 910, The Third Treasure. Chapter 910, The Third Treasure. Xia Meng. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Ever since he had arrived in Tang of the East, he had heard the name of the eldest son in Xiao family more than once. The so-called number one genius in Eternal World, number one in Eternal Realm, the youngest Eternal Realm in the history of Eternal World, and so on. However, Jian Wushuang had been doubtful of the so-called number one genius, number one in Eternal Realm. If we were to fight one-on-one, he would definitely lose. Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. Oh, so confident. Di Jing looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. He didn't know that Jian Wushuang was said to possess the fighting power of one in the seventh step of Eternal Realm even before breakthrough. Number one in Eternal Realm in Eternal World. He is just a joke in front of me. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. Then, King of Venomous Worms in his body spoke. Jian Wushuang, you are an inverse cultivator. Once you had reached Eternal Realm, it will just be like a Tao master of an ordinary cultivator. Plus, you have the bloodline of ancient god. On top of that, you have extraordinary encounters and many skills. You would be playing the bully if you were to compare to the so-called number one in Eternal Realm in this world. Bully. Jian Wushuang chuckled quietly. As you have no problem with betrothal presence and power, it will be much easier. You only have to surpass Xiaomeng in the son-in-law recruitment assembly. All forces and experts will be watching. Although Emperor Lung is brutal, he shouldn't go against the rules he set. Di Jing smiled. Of course, you have to prepare for the best and for the worst. If you were to lose to Xiaomeng on the son-in-law recruitment assembly, or if Emperor Lung goes against his own rules, we will have to fight against Emperor Lung and Xiao family head-on. Di Jing's expression became cold. Back then, Master lost to Emperor Lung, and he had no choice but to leave Tang of the East. However, although Master left, he never gave up. All these years, he has been storing up strength. Until now, although the accumulated power wasn't enough to match evenly with Emperor Lung or Xiao family, he stands a chance to fight a war. Stand a chance to fight a war. Shui Lingtian looked shocked and complimented. We of Void Temple knew long ago that Emperor Shao had been accumulating power. We never expected that the power that Shao accumulated over such a short period of time has reached such a level. TSK. He lives up to his name, Emperor Shao, the second place among the four emperors. Jian Wushuang was stunned at the comment. Emperor Shao was on the second place among the four emperors. Senior Di Jing, I never understood. Why would Emperor Shao and Emperor Lung, who were a couple, suddenly have a falling out? And Emperor Shao is so powerful. Why would he lose at the hands of Emperor Lung back then? Jian Wushuang asked. Among the four emperors, Emperor Qing was widely acknowledged as the strongest. Hence, he naturally was in first place. As for Emperor Shao, he was in the second place. He was definitely stronger than Emperor Lung by one notch. Why would he lose? I am not sure why Master fell out with Emperor Lung back then. Master never told me either. As for why Master lost, it was because Emperor Lung had a helping hand. An impressive helping hand, Di Jing said. Who? Jian Wushuang asked. National Master, Di Jing said. Jian Wushuang understood then. When he had been in Blood Eagle Guard, he had also heard that there was an impressive national master in Tang of the East who had great skills. Just like the Divine Sea and Blood Eagle armor, they were both from the hands of the national master. Oh yeah, Jian Wushuang, as you are joining the son-in-law recruitment assembly. Do you have a recommendation? Di Jing asked. Recommendation? Jian Wushuang was confused. Not everyone can join son-in-law recruitment assemble. You, of course, need to have a recommendation, and the person who gives it to you has to have enough say to let Tang of the East treat him politely, Di Jing explained. Jian Wushuang looked to his senior, Shui Lingtian, subconsciously. Shui Lingtian, as one of the 18 masters of Void Temple, held a high position too. Don't look at your senior. His position has power, but Void Temple is aloof. They never get involved in any fight among forces in Eternal World. The son-in-law recruitment assembly is possibly the fight between Emperor Lung and Master, so your senior is not in an appropriate position to get involved, Di Jing said. Shui Lingtian shrugged helplessly too. If you have no recommender, Master invited one for you, Di Jing said. Who is it? Jian Wushuang asked. Alchemy Master, Hua Qiong. Di Jing said, the Alchemy Master is widely recognized as the #1 elixir master in Eternal World. He is an eminent position in Eternal World. There are many experts who once looked for him to refine elixirs and owe him a favor. Although he is alone, as long as he orders, there will be a bunch of Dao masters swarming in to work for him. He alone represents a fierce force. Besides, this alchemy master is the master of your brother here. Huh. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone, and he immediately looked at Wang Yuan. Haha. Third brother, don't worry about it. Master replied to me long ago that he agreed to give you a recommendation. After all, you offered him quite a number of good things. He was rather delighted. Wang Yuan smiled. I see. Your master is the #1 elixir master in Eternal World. No wonder your elixir refining skills could improve so greatly, Jian Wushuang complimented as he said, Thank Alchemy Master on my behalf. No problem, Wang Yuan waved. All right, I have told you everything I need to. 3 years later, the son-in-law recruitment assembly will take place. You have 3 years' time to prepare. 3 years later, don't let Master and his eldest daughter down, Di Jing exhorted. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. Very soon, Di Jing and Lung Rushua had left, but Shui Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to leave. He took Jian Wushuang to a secluded void. Junior, the son-in-law recruitment assembly 3 years later. I will come personally. However, due to my position, I can't be your recommendation. However, if there were to be any accident at the assembly, I will still appear as an individual to lend you a helping hand, Shui Lingtian said in a serious tone. Thank you, Senior. Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude. I came here today to ask about the son-in-law recruitment assembly, but there's one more thing. Shui Lingtian waved and took out a scroll painting that seemed to be turning yellow. This is... Jian Wushuang looked at the scroll painting in shock. I returned to Firmament Territory, and I saw the Master. This scroll painting Master entrusted me to bring it to you. Shui Lingtian said, Master said that he would give us 3 treasures that we could use when we leave Firmament Territory to wander. He gave it to you. However, he gave you 2 previously, and this is the 3rd one. Chapter 911, Mountain River Map. Chapter 911, Mountain River Map. The 3rd treasure. Jian Wushuang was excited. When he left the Fire Armament Territory, his master had promised to send him 3 treasures. The first treasure was the Blood Mountain sword, which could be used both to kill and to suppress. Its mighty power even exceeded Emperor weapons. It had improved Jian Wushuang's overall strength considerably. He was good at using it. The second treasure was the token containing the 3 sword essences which could save his life. Each sword essence was more powerful than the last one. Jian Wushuang had only used 2 of them, and the 2 sword essences had achieved the expected effect. Xian Yi had once told him that he was preparing the 3rd treasure and would find the proper time to give him it. Now Xian Yi had asked Shui Lingtian to give him this. Thank you, first senior brother. Jian Wushuang put the scroll into his interspatial ring. By the way, I have told our master about the wedding gifts. Just rely on him. He will give you an unparalleled gift in 3 years. Shui Lingtian smiled. Jian Wushuang blinked excitedly. He knew his master never broke his word. The wedding gift was sure to be incomparable. Junior brother, I have to deal with some affairs at the Void Temple. Make good preparations for the selection ceremony. See you. Shui Lingtian left. After seeing him off, Jian Wushuang returned to the secret chamber. The ancient yellow scroll was suspending in the air in front of him. It seemed to be ordinary. If it was sold on the street, no one would take a second glance at it. My master is so skillful that he has given me 2 useful treasures. The third treasure must be even more beneficial to me. He spent such a long time preparing it. But what about its power? Jian Wushang stared at the scroll expectantly. It's only a treasure. Why are you so excited? The Gu King asked carelessly. You know nothing about it. Every treasure my master has given me is of great use. So is this. And this one must be extraordinary, Jian Wushang replied. Oh, extraordinary? Jian Wushuang. Do you know what level your master has reached? Is he a Dao master? The Gu King asked him. Jian Wushuang thought for a while and shook his head. My master is not a Dao master. He has only entered the eternal realm. Eternal realm? The Gu King laughed out loud. How can you expect an eternal realm expert to give you an extraordinary treasure? Jian Wushuang, is your horizon so narrow? Please leave me alone. His eyes fixed upon the scroll. Let it recognize its lord first. Jian Wushang dropped his blood on the scroll, waiting for it to recognize him as its lord. Everything went smoothly. Once the scroll recognized Jian Wushuang as its lord, he saw a glint of gold on its surface. Suddenly, the whole scroll took on an entirely new look, as if it had woken up. That's interesting. The Gu King was astonished too, but still didn't pay much attention. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief, then opened the scroll. He saw a vivid image. There were mountains, rivers, sky, and earth. Everything was vivid and lifelike. The most appealing part was the 9 continents, each of which was extremely realistic. Jian Wushuang took a casual look at one of them, only to see a boundless world. A series of information was sent to Jian Wushuang from the scroll. It's the mountain-river map. The endless mountains and rivers divide the 9 provinces. The mountains and rivers are as palms and the 9 provinces as the seal, creating the country. Jian Wushuang was shocked at these simple messages. A secret skill appeared in his mind. The secret skill was called the 9-province seal. The 9-province seal was a powerful secret skill based on the 9 provinces in the mountain-river map. It had 9 moves in total. The first move, Qing province as the seal, was called Split the Heavens. The second move, Yu province as the seal, was called Hack the Earth. The third move, Yang province as the seal, was called Overwhelm the Rain. The fourth move, Yan province as the seal, was called Turn Up the Cloud. The fifth move, Jian Wushuang was in a total shock. It also hit the Gu King. How can it be? Incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Even I cannot crack the secret skills in the treasure? Are you kidding me? Jian Wushuang, are you sure your master gave you this scroll? The Gu King asked. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Is he really just an eternal realm expert? The Gu King asked again. He is. Jian Wushuang nodded uncertainly. The Gu King did not say anything. After a long period of silence, he spoke again. If I'm right, it was your master who passed the secret skill, which can improve your consciousness. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. If the universal Tao scripture did make his consciousness stronger, it had to have been refined by his master. Aha! It seems that your master is more than an eternal realm expert. Even I cannot crack the secret skills in this treasure. If he refined the scroll, I'm certain no one can reach his level of refining weapons. The Gu King became solemn. Jian Wushuang was silent. He did not reply, but instead continued to study the mountain-river map. The mountain-river map works in cooperation with the 9-province seal. The 9-province seal looks extraordinary. I wonder if I'll be able to understand the first move of the 9-province seal, as well as the second sword formation of the ninth heaven sword formation in the next 3 years, Jian Wushuang said hopefully. The ninth heaven sword formation was his unexpected, tricky move. He had managed to display the second sword formation when he was meditating on Star Island. It took too much spiritual power for a divine realm expert to display the second sword formation, but it became easier once he entered Eternal Realm. Chapter 9:12 Before the Storm. Chapter 9:12 Before the Storm. In the secret chamber, the two original bodies of Jian Wushuang appeared at the same time. After, his world body remained in the secret chamber, meditating the 9-province seal on the mountain river map, while the slaughter body left the royal palace for a remote forest. Jian Wushuang stood on the void of the forest, staring at the sword magic weapons with mauve gleaming in them. Organic magic weapon, 1-meter sword, 72 in total. Jian Wushuang displayed the ninth heaven sword formation with blood sky sword. He shape-shifted it into 1-meter sword, the more powerful one. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang, endless spiritual power seeped from his pores. Ninth heaven sword formation combine. Crash! The 72 1-meter swords merged rapidly and combined into a mauve sword. Although this sword was not large and a mere 3 meters long, its razor-sharp edge shined blindingly bright. Kill! Fueled by the killing intent in Jian Wushuang's eyes, the sword rushed forward quickly. The mauve glint flashed across the void. Boom! An enormous hole penetrated the center of a mountain 3,000 meters away from Jian Wushuang. The spiral hole drilled with outrageous force. The power is not sufficient enough. Besides, it consumes too much spiritual power. I need to improve upon it. Jian Wushuang brandished the sword formation again. In the forest, the slaughter body of Jian Wushuang absorbed and practiced the second sword formation. Jian Wushuang meditated the second sword formation, but it took too long to display skillfully. The two original bodies of Jian Wushuang endeavored to improve their strength, making preparations for the selection ceremony. Time flied. 3 years passed. 2 days remained until the selection ceremony. Deep in the royal place, in a garden covered by the restriction, white-robed Lung Wushuang looked up at the sky and whispered, "Is the day coming?" Sooner or later. Lung Wushuang outstretched her hands. A cold breeze blew past. It's so windy. Many profound clans resided in Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. Among them, the Xia clan reigned the strongest along with their first overlord clan. Except Xia clan, only a few top clans still existed. One of them, the Baiming clan, ranked on par with the Xia clan. A gray-robed, middle-aged man sat in the splendid palace of the Baiming clan. He narrowed his eyes and rocked his chair, the man's handsome face and delicate, short, dark hair wooing the servants around him. In front of him stood a number of black-robed men. They looked ordinary without any breath of cultivation power, but that was exactly why they looked dreadful. All the black-robed men, radiating a particularly powerful presence, were obviously supreme experts at the level of Tao Master. "Everything is finished, my lord," a skinny elder from the group said. If Jian Wushuang were present, he would recognize that the elder was Di Jing. The only person who commanded Di Jing in Eternal World was Emperor Shao, the gray-robed, middle-aged man. "What about you?" Emperor Shao asked, glancing at the purple-robed man beside him. The man, Baiming Hao, was the leader of Baiming clan. Although a rebellious person, he behaved in front of Emperor Shao. "We are at your command, your majesty," Baiming Hao said humbly. "Good," Emperor Shao said, nodding slightly with sparkling dark eyes like the night sky. "My power and the experts I invited, as well as Baiming clan, is more than sufficient to wage war with Emperor Lung. Most importantly, that man agreed to join us." That man, The black-robed men, including Di Jing and Bei Mingho, faces reddened in frustration when Emperor Xiao mentioned that man. They just dared to fight with Emperor Lung before that man agreed to join. Now they had a 30% chance of winning. "A 30% chance is enough for us," Emperor Xiao said, crossing his hands. "But if Jian Wushuang wins and that bitch keeps her words, we may need not intervene. Just wait for the selection ceremony. Firmament territory was only a little territory in the eternal world. Among all the sects and powers in firmament territory, the three magnates controlled the lead. Ancient sect was merely one of the top sections. In the palace of ancient sect atop a mountain, white-robed palace master Xian, he gazed up at the sky with hands behind his back. He stood straighter than a pine. That is, before a figure suddenly appeared behind him. "Your Majesty, Palace Master Xian Yi." He was Palace Master Destruction, one of the 12 Palace Masters of the ancient sect. "According to your command, I've allowed our disciples to gather at Heavenly Peak Valley. Tomorrow we can begin the hunting competition," Palace Master Destruction said. "Oh." Xian Yi furrowed his brow and smiled. "The Heavenly Peak Valley must be noisy with so many people. Go and maintain order." "Okay," Palace Master Destruction said, nodding in bewilderment. To improve the strength of the disciples, the ancient sect hosted an unprecedented hunting competition. It was normal to hold a competition, but strangely, all the disciples participated. The outer disciples and inner disciples, as well as experts from the ancient sect, have all gone to help maintain order. Only Xian Yi remained. Was it necessary for all the disciples to participate in such a hunting competition? Despite his doubts, Palace Master Destruction asked nothing. After Palace Master Destruction left, Xian Yi stood alone at the peak again. He reached out and covered the heaven. The storm gathers. "Wushuang, I have already sent you the wedding gift, but you should win at the selection ceremony by yourself. Come now, don't disappoint me." Xuan Yi muttered to himself in a soft voice and smiled. Chapter 9:13 Taken Aback. Chapter 9:13 Taken Aback. When the selection ceremony arrived, Jian Wushang finished his meditation. During the 3 years of meditation, his 2 original bodies possessed a good command of 9 Provincial and the second move of 9th Heaven sword formation. Having entered the initial realm of the second move of 9th Heaven sword formation, Jian Wushuang easily wielded it with outrageous proficiency. As for the 9 Provincial in Mountain River map, it released great power in collaboration with the map. This secret skill was much more domineering than what Jian Wushuang had seen previously. Jian Wushuang only managed to crack the first move, while he's still unable to wield it. He received no chance of driving Mountain River map since it drained too much spiritual power. It was early in the morning. Jian Wushuang sat on a chair in the meeting hall with 3 other figures. 2 of them were his 2 close friends, Wang Yuan and Yang Zaishuan. Yang Zaishuan stayed at Circus Island before, but rushed to the royal palace to assist Jian Wushuang. At the first sight of Yang Zaishuan, King of Venomous Worms could not help but exclaim, "Amazing aura of Emperor! What a high-grade bloodline!" With the help of Emperor Xiao, Yang Zaishuan once received a bloodline inheritance. No wonder he possessed a high-grade bloodline. He made great progress these last few years and ranked the top of the Eternal Realm. If he completely erupted the bloodline at any cost, he may have the strength to combat a Tao Master. A gray-robed elder also sat among them quietly. This weathered elder closed his eyes slightly, blinked twice, and repeated. He looked like a piece of wood. He was Alchemy Master Hua Qiong, the master of Wang Yuan, an acknowledged first alchemist in the ancient world. This alchemy master served as the introducer of Jian Wushuang at the selection ceremony. The 4 figures waited for dawn without words. Although they didn't wait long, From the horizon, the sun rose, and the first rosy sunlight shined upon the ancient royal palace. The entire royal palace awakened. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. One by one, the bells tolled in a deep and resonant voice. The sound reverberated through the royal palace. In the meeting hall, the four figures opened their eyes and looked at the window. Finally, has it arrived? Jia Wushuang stood up slowly. A smile softened his cold face as he saw the rosy sunlight. Let's go. Dan Zun also stood up. Afterwards, they set off for the ceremony venue. At the same time, in other places of the royal palace, experts from various forces of the eternal world also set off. A great many of experts rushed to the drill ground at the center of the royal palace like buzzing wasps. When Jian Wushuang and other three figures arrived, lots of people eagerly awaited there. So many people, Jian Wushuang said, scanning the crowd on the drill ground. There were numerous figures entering from the void nearby. There are millions of people. Wang Yuan was stunned by the scene. Crowds of people gathered around the grill ground. Everyone who attended the selection ceremony was capable, and many of them were preeminent. Fortunately, the royal guard of Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land sent all the members. They maintained order with Blood Eagle Guard. Some experts at the level of Dao Master also kept an bird's eye view of the venue. As a result, the drill ground was safe for all. Blood Mountain, I gave you a referral 2 days ago. As you requested, I used the name Jian Wushuang, Alchemy Master said. Thank you, Alchemy Master. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Because he wanted to marry Lung Wushuang fair and square, he had to use his real name. Although it would cause a lot of trouble, he would face them sooner or later. Since Xia Clan was so powerful, they must have received the list of the competitors. They surely were astonished to see my name on the list. Jian Wushuang said, laughing in his mind. He killed Xia Yan in person, the second master of Xia Clan. People in Xia Clan searched for him these years, but found nothing. This time, if they knew he dared to participate in this selection ceremony and to compete with Xiamang, they would definitely do far worse than slander his name. A figure suddenly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Hi, first senior brother. Jian Wushuang greeted him with a wave. His first senior brother, Xue Lingtian. Have a gander at your wedding gift, my junior brother. Xue Lingtian said, offering him an interspatial ring. Is this? Jian Wushuang smiled and took the ring. He saw the mysterious smile on Xue Lingtian's face, which aroused his curiosity. What will the wedding gift would be? Jian Wushuang said, peeking inside interspatial ring with curiosity and anticipation. When he saw clear what the wedding gift truly was, he and King of Venomous Worms stomped their feet vehemently. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang said in a demanding voice, staring at the ring in shock. Monster. Your master is a true monster, Jian Wushuang. King of Venomous Worms roared. How did he obtain these? He refined them on his own. Impossible. That's impossible. Monster. Your master is a monster. A series of roars from King of Venomous Worms rang out in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jia Wushuang felt the same as King of Venomous Worms. Horrible. He even shivered with fear. He was totally taken aback by the wedding gift his master gave him, and believed whoever saw it would be taken aback as well. After all, this wedding gift was too. It was far too shocking and stunning. Chapter 914, Xiamang. Chapter 914, Xiamang. So what do you think, junior brother? Xue Lingtian asked, looking at Jian Wushuang with great interest. He saw this wedding gift himself earlier and was quite astonished at the time. Jian Wushuang inhaled deeply and tried to hold back his great shock. He then nodded. With a gift like this, I shall never fear what the Xia clan holds in their hands, even if they take out everything they could find. Aha, laughed Shui Lingtian. Don't worry. Xia clan won't be so stupid to bring out all they have, even if they are going to unite by marriage. The wedding gift is all set, and for that aspect you are on your own now. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded again. Blood Mountain, my friend, it is time you see yourself out. Alchemy Master looked over here. My third brother, Master asked me to inform you that everything is ready now. Just go for it. Yang Zishuan said. You can count on it. Have I, Jian Wushuang, ever disappointed anyone before? Not to mention that this time is about the matter of my life. With a grin, he clenched his hands. Before you even realized, he already moved towards the center of the drill ground below. We shall leave too, Master Bloodsaber, Alchemy Master said, looking at Shui Lingtian with a huge smile. Right. Shui Lingtian nodded slightly, but his gaze remained on Jian Wushuang. He then fetched out a token with his hand. We should pray that the selection ceremony goes well, otherwise. Shui Lingtian gazed upon the token in his hand with a grim face. The huge drill ground extends for hundreds of miles, enough to accommodate hundreds of millions of people. At the edge of the drill ground gathered millions of people who are here to watch the selection ceremony. But there are only a few figures on the center, vacant ground of the drill ground. These 10 people are talented genius recommended by expert to take part in the selection ceremony. And among those people, most have already made their names known in Eternal World. You see that young man in white clothes? Is he not Dong Yancheng from Dongyan clan? Dong Yancheng has only cultivated himself for less than 10,000 of years, yet he is now at the top of Eternal Realm. He is indeed quite talented, maybe just a little behind Xiameng. Besides, Dongyan clan possesses great background, which is thought to be only next to Xia clan and Tang of the East. It seems like this Dong Yancheng has a great chance of becoming the Emperor's son-in-law. I have seen that long-haired man with a cold expression. He is the personal disciple of Deep Sea Palace Master. His name is Li Tianqiu, a great genius, and he is already well known in Eternal World many years ago. Deep Sea Palace Master, you say? He is a mighty Tao master that even Emperor Lung regards highly. He is now an overlord in Eternal World for the Deep Sea Palace he established. That is Ku Yi, the personal disciple of Elder Deadwood. I heard he is an orphan adopted by Elder Deadwood. All these young geniuses have been recognized by the audience, for they all have strong backing, great talent, and strength. But of course among these young men, there is someone unheard. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang wore a blood-red robe fashioned from shuang armor. On his back, he carried a Blood Mountain sword. The young man just stood there with his arms folded and his eyes closed. Jian Wushuang was indifferent, though the eyes of the audience glanced at him from time to time. Who is the one carrying the sword? I have no idea, but he is recommended by Alchemy Master. Alchemy Master? He is the top alchemist of the Eternal World. Very impressive, but still we know little about his strength. Occasionally, people discuss Jian Wushuang a little. Just then, dozens of figures rushed the drill ground from the void outside. The aura spreading out of these figures was so strong that it attracted all the eyes of the people present. Xia clan! People from Xia clan! Xia clan has come. The first overlord clan in Tang of the East. There came a commotion all over the drill ground. Those figures hesitated not one bit. They made a straight path to the grand stand floating in front of the drill ground. Yet only one figure flew towards the drill ground down below. Soon this figure reached the center of the drill ground. This man wore a luxurious silk robe and let his long hair flow freely in the air. He possessed a gorgeous visage as if he was from a fairy land. With a crinkled smile on the corners of his mouth, he emitted a unique charm that no one could describe. With his appearance, a peculiar sense spread out. All the eyes of those attending were gravitated towards him, immediately making him the center of this whole world. Xiameng. He is the acknowledged first genius of Eternal World, First Eternal Realm. He is also the youngest to ever enter Eternal Realm, and the true chosen one. Everyone's eyes focused on him. Xiameng is considered the legend of the youth in Eternal World. Even someone like Dong Yanchong, Li Tianqiu, Ku Yi also focused their eyes on Xiameng. Indeed, they were true top genius, but the huge gap between them and Xiameng was clear. Xiameng, Jian Wushuang said, finally opening his eyes as he looked toward him. And coincidentally, the eyes of Xiameng also looked around and happened to meet Jian Wushuang's eyes. And then they became the center of the whole world. Xiameng, who captured the eyes of all, paced slowly towards Jian Wushuang and then stopped when there was less than 10 meters away. After that, Xiameng raised his head and looked directly at Jian Wushuang, his eyes covered by a freezing aura. Jian Wushuang trained his eyes on Xiameng calmly. Their eyes met and caused a huge collision in the void. It seemed the whole universe became silent all at once. For both Jian Wushuang and Xiameng, they could not see anyone at this moment. All they saw in their eyes was each other. This feeling was like a needle pointing to an awning. This unique scene was witnessed by the entire audience. The atmosphere in the drill ground stirred. What's happening? Who is that guy, and why is Xiameng so concerned about him? There are dozens of geniuses taking part in this ceremony. Among them are some talented ones like Dong Yanchong, Li Tianqiu, and Ku Yi. Yet Xiameng ignores all of them and goes straight to unknown folk? Who is he? All at once, many people wondered who Jian Wushuang really was. And then, in the middle of the drill ground stood two men against each other. Xiameng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I have a younger brother, my sibling." Xiameng spoke in a low voice, but somehow his words managed to spread out among the drill ground for everyone to hear clearly. "He was killed by me." Jian Wushuang spoke with no emotion. He didn't evade the question one bit. Chapter 9:15, Tit for Tat. Chapter 9:15, Tit for Tat. He's dead. I killed him. These simple words sounded cold, but turned the drill ground on instantly. He's the guy who killed Xiameng's brother. Yes, I remember. More than 200 years ago, Xia Yan fought with a Divine Realm expert in Circus Island. The Divine Realm expert defeated him with only 3 sword strikes. Xia Yan died afterwards. It is said that he was killed by the Divine Realm expert when he went for revenge. The Divine Realm expert is called Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. It's him. That's him. No wonder Xiameng went to him directly. He's Jian Wushuang, who killed Xia Yan more than 200 years ago. Numerous exclamations filled the drill ground one after another. Everyone gawked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. At the time when second master of Xia clan died, the entire Xia clan was enraged, raising chaos in the kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. During those years, Xia clan kept looking for the Divine Realm expert, but couldn't find him. Who knew the Divine Realm expert had not only made a breakthrough to Eternal Realm, but also came to the selection ceremony. So above board, didn't he worry about being killed by the Xia clan? It was you. Xiameng's expression turned cold. Without any effort to cover, his intention to kill was obvious. What of it? Jian Wushuang said, glancing at Xiameng. Good. I like your arrogance, Xiameng sneered. Don't worry, it's selection ceremony with Emperor Lung present. Our Xia clan won't kill you here. But once the selection ceremony ends, you must die. No one can save you, no matter it's Alchemy Master who recommended you this time, or your senior brother, Master Bloodsaber. You have no say about whether they can save me or whether I will die, Jian Wushuang answered coldly. When I say you must die, you will. Xiameng said. It seemed like he announced Jian Wushuang's fate. Do I? I will wait. Jian Wushuang showed no change in his facial expression. It seemed he cared little about what Xiameng said at all. People around the drill ground heard their confronting conversations. Some of them became secretly expectant. In the void in front of the drill ground, a giant stand floated with some console tables on it. Many stalwart people with strong auras sat in front of the tables. There were dozens of them. They were either the masters of some big clans and powers, or the solitary experts with formidable prowess. Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Xue Lingtian, alchemy master, was there too. Those experts saw clearly what occurred down there. Haha, it's quite confronting. But it makes sense. It's Xiameng's biological brother that Jian Wushuang killed. I quite admire this little guy. He knows that the Xia clan hunts him by any means. Without hiding away, instead, he comes to the selection ceremony above board. Does he believe his senior brother or alchemy master can save him? Although alchemy master is very powerful as far as I know, he has nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. He won't risk his relationship with the Xia clan just for Jian Wushuang. As regards Master Blood Saber, he is one of the 18 masters of the Void Temple, which should not be underestimated. But the dispute between Jian Wushuang and the Xia clan has nothing to do with the Void Temple. It's impossible for the Void Temple to step in. Master Blood Saber alone is still not enough when pitted against the Xia clan. The experts in front of the console tables chatted freely. They hid nothing while talking. Everything they said was heard by people from the Xia clan and Master Blood Saber. 2 Dao Master experts of the Xia clan sat in front of the central tables. Among them was Elder He. Jian Wushuang met him in Circus Island. The other one had messy black hair and dark skin, making him look like a wild man. The great elder of the Xia clan, Xia Yu. Hearing the conversations among the experts, Xia Yu snorted. A junior with no respect. He who killed our Xia clan people must die. Hearing that, Xue Lingtian, sitting right in front of Xia Yu, looked over and said slowly, Are you honestly this angry, Elder Xia Yu? Master Blood Saber, Jian Wushuang, killed the second master of our Xia clan. We didn't destroy the ancient sect he belongs to. That's respecting you. Don't being unappreciated, Xia Yu snorted. What can you do if I am unappreciated? Do you even desire to kill me? Xue Lingtian sneered. Xia Yu, I am not looking down upon you. I am sitting before you, and I won't fight back. If you dare, just go ahead. Xue Lingtian sipped the wine glass before him. Hearing this, Xia Yu furrowed his brow. To kill Xue Lingtian. He dared not. Not only won't he, even the master of the Xia clan, or the ancestor behind the Xia clan, wouldn't dare kill Xue Lingtian so openly. After all, no power in the entire eternal world sustained the anger of the Void Temple. I don't dare kill you, but I do dare kill Jian Wushuang. I don't believe there is anyone who can save him today, Xia Yu snorted. Let's wait and see, Xue Lingtian said, not wishing to talk too much with Xia Yu. Blood Saber, it seems that your junior brother has gotten into much trouble today. Beside Master Blood Saber, there was an elder with white hair. The elder watched everything with a smile, making others feel warm. Same as Xue Lingtian, the white-haired elder was also one of the 18 masters of the Void Temple. Just little trouble, Xue Lingtian smiled. There was an emaciated elder with young face and white hair sitting in front of the another table. A green-haired maid sat beside him. They were the lord of Circus Island and his daughter, Lin Wan. Dad, Jian Wushuang provoked Xia Yan because of me. If the Xia clan wish to kill him, you need to help him, Lin Wan said, her voice breaking. The Xia clan is the #1 overlord clan in the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. I cannot become their enemies, Lord of Circus Island said, shaking his head. Dad, Lin Wan said in a worried tone. Okay. Don't fret. We can just sit and watch. It's not as simple as you imagine. Lord of Circus Island said and impatiently waved his hand. Lin Wan couldn't say more. Right then, with a group of attendants surrounding her, a beautifully harsh figure walked slowly from the distant palace. Everyone in the drill ground couldn't help stopping what they did and stare at the harsh figure. Chapter 916, it has begun. Chapter 916, it has begun. Dressed in white and surrounded by the others, she walked forward slowly. Abruptly, silence descended as everyone looked at her in captivation. Her skin was lighter than snow and her eyes were like a clear spring. She stunned everyone present with her elegance and grace. Her beauty and breathtaking elegance were evident. No words could adequately describe her beauty. Above all, her aloofness was her most attractive trait. It was something that no one else in the entire world could come close to matching. This was Lung Rushuang, the widely acknowledged #1 beauty in the eternal world, the princess of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land, and the heroine of this selection ceremony. All the male cultivators were enchanted when they laid eyes on her. Apart from Jian Wushuang, all the other geniuses cast her appreciative looks from their location in the center of the drill ground. Even Xiameng's eyes were eager and his hands were clenched. Only a lady of such attributes would deserve to be my wife, he thought. As Lung Rushuang sat down at the Void's viewing point, everyone relaxed visibly. Soon, Emperor Lung arrived. He sat on the towering throne in the middle of the viewing point and waved his hand. Let's get started. Following his announcement, the sound of an ancient bell reverberated through the drill ground. It seemed to convey a special authority. Everyone became serious and respectful. Emperor Lung looked down with a cold expression on his face. His grave voice echoed through the drill ground. I hold the selection ceremony today to find a suitable husband for Shuang-er. I won't marry her to a nobody. In order to marry her, show your sincerity and good faith. Secondly, show your talent and capability. The outcome of the ceremony depends on 2 criteria. First, the wedding gifts you have brought. Second, your strength. I will select the most outstanding man to be Shuang-er's husband based on these 2 criteria. His announcement was met with equanimity. Everyone present was aware of the 2 criteria. There are 17 participants for the selection ceremony. Now, please come up one at a time to show me your wedding gifts. Emperor Lung was blunt. The 17 geniuses in the drill ground, including Jian Wushuang, were visibly excited. All of them were well prepared for the selection ceremony. They had chosen their wedding gifts very carefully too. Dongyan Chong from the Dongyan clan went up first. He bowed to Emperor Lung and other experts on the stand. Emperor Lung, I am Dongyan Chong from the Dongyan clan. I've brought 5 wedding gifts. I would like to marry the princess. Dongyan Chong wore a humble expression on his face as he produced an interspatial ring. The interspatial ring did not belong to anyone, so everyone could clearly see what was inside with their consciousness. Dongyan Chong continued, the 5 wedding gifts I have prepared are ancient heart elixir, Jikou formation, part of the Shui Luo realm map, a treasure mountain refined by various priceless treasures and 10 advanced-level emperor weapons. Without his explanation, the experts on the stand had already recognized these treasures when he produced the interspatial ring. Haha, so generous. Although the ancient heart elixir, Jikou formation, and the Shui Luo realm map piece are not that precious, they are rare and have special effects. Did Dongyan clan collect these 3 treasures at the same time? I've looked closely at the treasure mountain. The treasures it refined were priceless. Its worth can be compared to billions of divine gems. In addition, look at the 10 advanced-level emperor weapons. Such valuable wedding gifts. Many experts on the stand looked amazed. The master of Dongyan clan looked proud. Nobody knew how much the Dongyan clan had paid to obtain such treasures. While the gifts were valuable, it was clear that Emperor Lung remained unmoved. It was obvious that Emperor Lung did not appreciate the 5 wedding gifts. Next. His voice held no emotion. Emperor Lung did not comment on Dong Yancheng's gifts. Dong Yancheng frowned but could do nothing except stand back. Thereafter, the other geniuses approached the stand to show their wedding gifts. All the geniuses had outstanding backgrounds, so their wedding gifts were impressive too. Some of them had amazed the people in the drill ground, and even the top experts on the stand. However, Emperor Lung showed little interest in them. After 15 minutes, 15 of the 17 geniuses had presented their wedding gifts. Among the 15 geniuses, Ku Yi, the personal disciple of Elder Deadwood, had presented a very rare 9-colored cloud fruit. Many experts on the stand had been surprised by the gift, and some were even envious. Even Emperor Lung had been surprised. That had been the only gift which had evoked a response from him. The 15 geniuses had stepped back, leaving 2 who stood at the stand quietly. The 2 geniuses left were Xia Meng from the Xia clan and Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, it's just you and me now. Xia Meng looked at Jian Wushuang. With your background, I'm curious what wedding gifts you will present. Xia Meng was well aware that ancient sect, to which Jian Wushuang belonged, was just a sect of a normal realm. It was considered a powerful sect of that realm, but was insignificant in the context of the eternal world. In addition, as far as he knew, Jian Wushuang's master was just an eternal realm. The only thing he could show off was his senior brother, Master Bloodsaber. Among the 17 geniuses, Jian Wushuang's background wasn't the least impressive, but it was far from outstanding. Chapter 917. Xia Clan's Wedding Gift. Chapter 917. Xia Clan's Wedding Gift. Don't concern yourself with my wedding gift. Worry about yourself. If you don't have a decent gift, don't blame me for defeating you, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Defeat me? By you? Xia Meng sneered. Jian Wushuang, you have no idea what you are talking about. Do you really think you can defeat me? You are merely from the ancient sect, and all you have is your senior brother, Master Bloodsaber. You are daydreaming. Open your eyes and see. Xia Meng's voice was cold, but he quickly stepped forward. Everyone in the drill ground and many experts on the stand looked at him. They watched in anticipation. The wedding gifts from the previous 15 geniuses had already given them much surprise. Now, Xia Meng from the Xia clan would present his gift. The Xia clan was considered the overlord clan of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land and held significant power. Nobody knew how strong the Xia clan's foundations were. However, everybody was aware that, even during the Prime Age with the 4 emperors reigning, the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land had held the Xia clan in esteem. Many opinions held that the selection ceremony was meant to lead to an intermarriage between the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land and the Xia clan. The wedding gift prepared by the Xia clan would likely be extraordinary and surpass those presented by the previous 15 geniuses. Distinguished Emperor Lung, I am inferior Xia Meng. To marry the princess, I have prepared 3 gifts. Xia Meng looked humble and spoke calmly. 3. Only 3. So what? It's not the quantity that matters, it's the quality. Perhaps just one of his gifts will outclass all the gifts from other geniuses. Everyone broke into noisy chatter. Hearing the discussion, Xia Meng smiled and produced a jade bottle. Please have a look. It's youth-retaining elixir, my first gift. Everyone in the drill ground noticed the ivory elixir with special fragrance in the jade bottle. Many people were shocked on hearing about the youth-retaining elixir, especially some female cultivators. Youth-retaining elixir. It's youth-retaining elixir. It is said that the youth-retaining elixir can maintain one's youth forever. An old lady who takes it will immediately become young and pretty. It's not useful for warriors, but it's the dream elixir for many female cultivators. The drill ground turned tumultuous. Distinguished Emperor Lung, Xiameng said brightly, the materials to refine the youth-retaining elixir had become extinct in the eternal world. Therefore, no one can make it for a long time. However, our Xia clan still has some foundations. We have 2 of them, and we brought them as our first gift. 1 for you and 1 for the princess. You are quite thoughtful. Emperor Lung nodded. His coldness had melted down a little bit. Xiameng smiled and waved his hand. 2 strokes of flowing light appeared in the empty ground nearby. The flowing light turned into 2 tall men with scarlet eyes and scarlet armor. They stood quietly but emitted strong killing intent. This created an uproar in the drill ground. They are... The experts on the stand looked at the 2 figures, emitting such fearful killing intent. It must be Blood Emperor Puppet. Yes, that's right. There are 2 of them. They are Blood Emperor puppets. Unbelievable. These are extremely rare in the entire eternal world. Just 1 Blood Emperor puppet would be comparable to a general Dao Master. Xiameng brought 2. The Xia clan has deep foundations. The experts appreciated the value of the gifts. They knew the 2 tall figures were very precious. Xiameng said, the second wedding gift I prepared is these 2 Blood Emperor puppets. I believe everyone knows that 1 Blood Emperor puppet is comparable to a normal Dao Master. That's to say, having 2 Blood Emperor puppets would be similar to having 2 Dao Masters. The whole drill ground burst into an uproar. Even though the youth-retaining elixir was rare, it was not that useful and had not surprised them. But the Blood Emperor puppet was different. 2 puppets were equal to 2 Dao Masters. What a precious gift! The 5 gifts Dong Yen had presented were insignificant compared with the 2 Blood Emperor puppets. After all the other gifts that had been presented thus far could be bought with divine gems. 2 puppet fighters with Dao Master strength were much better. I've heard that there are several Blood Emperor puppets in the Xia clan, but I didn't expect you to bring 2 today. Pretty good. Emperor Ling nodded again. It was obvious that he was quite satisfied. Xiameng's smile widened after hearing that. Everyone waited in expectation for the 3rd gift. The 2nd gift of the 2 rare and precious Blood Emperor puppets had already been extraordinary. The 3rd gift would be much more precious. What would that be? Xiameng didn't keep them guessing. He took out 4 tokens. Everyone was confused because the tokens looked ordinary. Distinguished Emperor Lung, elders, you are very knowledgeable eternal world experts. Have you ever heard of Magic Cloud Valley? Xiameng said loudly. Magic Cloud Valley? The general warriors around the drill ground were still confused. However, the top experts on the stand looked surprised. Magic Cloud Valley? The overlord of the eternal world hundreds of millions years ago? That's it. That was a very strong power. The Magic Cloud Valley in the peak era would be comparable to the Xia clan. Unfortunately, the Magic Cloud Valley was totally destroyed hundreds of millions years ago. Those experts had lived for quite a long time. They were familiar with the history of the eternal world. Naturally, they would have heard of the Magic Cloud Valley. Dear elders, as you all know, the reason for the doom of the Magic Cloud Valley was an unprecedented internal war. The war had tragic consequences. Many experts died. The space where the Magic Cloud Valley was located collapsed completely. Xiameng said slowly. Chapter 918. I have 3 wedding gifts too. Chapter 918. I have 3 wedding gifts too. Magic Cloud Valley had become a mysterious relic in the eternal world since the unprecedented war. No one had been able to enter it. Xiameng's words resounded through the drill ground. One expert on the stand nodded solemnly and said, "The Magic Cloud Valley relic is among the top 10 relics in the eternal world. It said that the tokens of the 4 great elders of the Magic Cloud Valley are needed to enter it. Did you just— That's right, Xia Meng said proudly. The last gift I have prepared is the tokens of the 4 great elders. With them, one can go to the magic Cloud Valley relic and obtain all the treasures in it. Wow! All the top experts on the stand were greatly surprised. The 3rd gift was so valuable. Not only was it a complete relic, it was one of the magic Cloud Valley, the overlord of the eternal world at that time. Although the magic Cloud Valley was not as powerful as the Xia clan, it was pretty close. The relic of such a powerful clan was very precious. That was a huge treasure. The Xia clan had presented it to Emperor Lung as a wedding gift. So generous! Alchemy Master praised. I've heard about the magic Cloud Valley before. There were only a few people who survived the war. Various magic weapons and treasures were left in the relic. It's extremely valuable. Haha, generous, so generous. That's the Xia clan. Elder Deadwood laughed, but inwardly he felt sad. Among the previous 15 geniuses, the most valuable gift that had been presented was the 9-colored cloud fruit from his disciple. Xia Meng's 3rd gift was such an incredible treasure that it dwarfed the 10 9-colored cloud fruits. Elder Deadwood realized that in terms of wedding gifts, Xia Meng had overtaken his disciple. Everyone on the stand was astonished. Xia Yu, you're paying a high price to win the princess's hand in marriage. If Xia clan had kept the magic Cloud Valley relic, your overall strength would have increased 10 to 20%. Would you really rather present it as a wedding gift? Dong Yen clan's master's tone was sarcastic as he looked at Xia Yu. It's just the magic Cloud Valley relic. It's not that important. Intermarriage with the imperial house is worth it regardless of what it costs. On the surface, Xia Yu appeared nonchalant about the loss of the treasure, but inwardly he felt different. Nobody knew how long it had taken to obtain the tokens. It had taken nearly 1,000,000 years to collect all 4 tokens, and now they were losing them at the same time. It was understandable that Xia Yu felt some sorrow at their loss. However, the benefits of an intermarriage with the imperial house outweighed those of the magic Cloud Valley relic. Distinguished Emperor Lung, are you satisfied with the 3 wedding gifts we present? Xia Yu asked. Pretty good. It seems that the Xia clan has proved their good faith. The poker-faced Emperor Lung finally smiled. Indeed, the wedding gifts from the Xia clan were very outstanding, especially the 3rd one. The benefits of the magic Cloud Valley were significant even for the imperial house of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. Haha, it seems that the result of the wedding gifts competition is obvious. Xia Yu laughed. Elder Xia Yu, is it too soon to make a judgment? Someone snorted. Xia Yu looked over and realized that Xue Lingtian had spoken. He answered coldly, Master Bloodsaber, do you think there is any wedding gift comparable to ours? Or are you saying that your junior brother is going to present a more precious and scarce treasure? Master Bloodsaber, are you daydreaming? Xia Yu sneered impolitely. The other experts shared the same sentiments but remained silent. Let's wait and see. I don't need to make any judgment. Everyone can tell whose wedding gift is better. Xue Lingtian snorted. Xia Yu frowned and looked towards the drill ground. Xia Meng stood back and looked at Jian Wushuang. He was surprised to see that Jian Wushuang had remained composed even though everyone else had been shocked by his gifts. Jian Wushuang stepped forward. Everyone in the drill ground stared at Jian Wushuang with expectant faces. They remembered the confrontation between Jian Wushuang and Xia Meng before the selection ceremony. Xia Meng had presented 3 impressive wedding gifts. What would Jian Wushuang present? Although it's impossible to match Xia Meng's, it would be very embarrassing if the gifts are even worse than others, someone joked. In the middle of the drill ground, Jian Wushuang walked a few steps forward and stopped. He looked up at Emperor Lung and the other experts and bowed. Distinguished Emperor Lung, I am inferior Jian Wushuang. What a coincidence! I have brought wedding gifts too. Everyone was shocked. What a coincidence! Jian Wushuang had also prepared 3 wedding gifts. Xia Meng had just presented 3 gifts. If there were no history of bad blood between the two, it might just be a coincidence. However, given their previous confrontation, it was obvious that Jian Wushuang had done this intentionally. Also 3 gifts. Xia Meng was shocked for a moment. He sneered. Well, let's see if a bumpkin from an ordinary sect of the realm can produce anything to compete with my youth-retaining elixir, Blood Emperor Puppet, and Magic Cloud Valley Relic. Chapter 919, The Battle Has Started. Chapter 919, The Battle Has Started. Silence descended in the drill ground. Everyone waited with bated breath for the reveal of Jian Wushuang's 3 wedding gifts. Jian Wushuang didn't disappoint. He flipped his palm and showed a nearly clear jade bottle. There was a light purple elixir in it. Unlike general elixirs, this elixir wasn't fragrant and had an odorous scent. The experts frowned when they saw the elixir. This elixir is called Crepe Myrtle Elixir. Jian Wushuang looked up at Emperor Lung. His voice rang out across the whole drill ground. Crepe Myrtle Elixir? Many people were confused as they had never heard about it or were aware of its function. However, Emperor Lung seemed shocked. Lung Wushuang, who was sitting beside Emperor Lung, appeared stunned as well. She looked at Wushuang. Jian Wushuang continued, More than 200 years ago, I was a 3-clawed Blood Eagle Guard in the Royal Guard. I went through a Hell-level assignment with the other 3-clawed Blood Eagle Guards. Hell-level. Everyone was taken aback. The Blood Eagle Guard was well known in the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. They had heard of some of their assignments too. Hell-level assignment. Hell-level assignments were fraught with danger. There had been few such assignments in the history of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. The reason for that Hell-level assignment was because the princess had been badly poisoned. To control the poison, a natural treasure called Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Fruit was needed to refine the Crepe Myrtle Elixir. I went to an impasse in the Eternal World with other 3-clawed Blood Eagle Guards. After surmounting numerous obstacles, I was the only one who survived and retrieved the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Fruit. Now, I present the Crepe Myrtle Elixir, refined by that Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Fruit, as my first wedding gift. Jian Wushuang's voice was as loud as thunder, and it rang out across the drill ground. Of course, he had mentioned the impasse without talking about the Stellar Fog Sea. The Stellar Fog Sea had been a mystery for a long time. If it were public knowledge that he had emerged from it alive, it would inevitably cause some trouble. Understanding dawned on the spectators. The Crepe Myrtle Elixir might not be very valuable, but it had been retrieved at great cost. The sincerity of the gift was incomparable. As for the function of the Crepe Myrtle Elixir, seated at the throne in the middle of the stand, Emperor Lung raised his eyebrows. Looking at Jian Wushuang, he thought to himself, he really came out of the Stellar Fog Sea and got the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Fruit. How did he manage to do it? Lung Wushuang was trembling slightly. He went to the Stellar Fog Sea for me. Her emotions were in turmoil. More than 200 years ago, Emperor Lung had sent some experts to the Stellar Fog Sea to get the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Fruit for her. However, she hadn't known that Jian Wushuang had been one of them. The Stellar Fog Sea. It was the impasse from which no one came out alive. Jian Wushuang, Emperor Lung finally said, your first gift is indeed quite useful for Schwanger. Everyone was amazed with Emperor Lung's acknowledgement. For a fleeting moment, Xia Meng looked upset. It's just opportunistic. Even if his Crepe Myrtle Elixir is more useful than my youth-retaining elixir, it's just the first gift. Everyone stared at Jian Wushuang as he smiled and took out his second gift. The second gift was also an elixir in a jade bottle. However, there were 5. Distinguished Emperor Lung, elders, you are all very knowledgeable. I believe you can recognize these 5 elixirs without my introduction. Jian Wushuang took one out and placed it on his palm. The experts on the stand stared at the light yellow elixir. Is it the Bodhi Dan? Yes, it's Bodhi Dan. I've seen it before. It has the same color and same fragrance. I am sure. The legendary Bodhi Dan. Experts on the stand were agitated. Some of them even stood up. Bodhi Dan, the elixir that could allow an Eternal Realm expert to easily become a Tao Master. It was a legendary elixir in the Eternal World. It was almost extinct. One Bodhi Dan had a 90% chance of turning an Eternal Realm expert into a Tao Master. 5 Bodhi Dan meant 5 Tao Masters. These were human Tao Masters, unlike Xia Meng's Blood Emperor puppets. Human experts were obviously more valuable than puppet fighters. Jian Wushuang's first gift, the crepe myrtle elixir, might have been only slightly better than the youth-retaining elixir. The 5 Bodhi fruits were undoubtedly far better than the 2 Blood Emperor puppets. I am very grateful to predecessor Alchemy Master for the Bodhi Dawn. Jian Wushuang looked up at Alchemy Master. He had 5 Bodhi fruits, with which it was already difficult to refine 4 Bodhi Dawn. As the number 1 alchemist, Alchemy Master had refined 5. The success rate was 100%. Seeing the 5 Bodhi Dawn, Xia Yu from the Xia clan became upset. How is it possible? How did he get the Bodhi Dan? And he even brought 5? Xia Meng looked terrible but calmed down soon. Though your second gift is more precious than my Blood Emperor puppets, don't forget my 3rd gift. The 3rd gift from our Xia clan is an enormous treasure house. It's invincible. Xia Meng was absolutely confident with her 3rd gift. So what if the crepe myrtle elixir had a better function than his youth-retaining elixir? So what if 5 Bodhi fruits were more precious than his 2 Blood Emperor puppets? The most important and valuable gift they had prepared was the 3rd one. It had outshone all the gifts from the others combined. What did someone from an ordinary sect of the realm have that could compete with that? Jian Wushuang didn't mind Xia Meng at all. He looked at the experts and took a deep breath. He took out the 3rd gift that had been prepared by his master, which had totally shocked Gu King and himself. Chapter 920. The Splendid Magic Weapon Pavilion. Chapter 920. The Splendid Magic Weapon Pavilion. The expectant crowd watched on as Jian Wushuang delivered the 3rd wedding gift. There was an abrupt, buzzing sound as a splendid palace materialized out of thin air in the void of the drill ground. Mighty and majestic aura emanated from the palace, drawing everyone's attention to it. Jian Wushuang declared, "This is the 3rd wedding gift, the Magic Weapon Pavilion." Jian Wushuang's voice reverberated in all directions as everyone present looked at the pavilion with some skepticism. Magic Weapon Pavilion. What's the use of such a pavilion? Did anyone notice that the pavilion was taken out from his interspatial ring? Noise from the chatter echoed through the drill ground. Most of the comments reflected the doubts and suspicion of the crowd. In the upper stand, the top experts furrowed their brows as they glanced at the pavilion. This pavilion was taken out from his interspatial ring. So, it's a treasure that he can carry with him at all times. It's rare, but it can't be regarded as extremely precious. An expert blurted, "The 3rd wedding gift from Jian Wushuang is a portable pavilion. This pavilion can barely compare with a peak-level emperor weapon. It may be more valuable, but as the 3rd wedding gift, it's not enough." Haha, I thought he would produce a more valuable wedding gift, but this is mediocre. Xia Yu mocked. Xia, you had initially been surprised at the appearance of the magic weapon pavilion in the drill ground. He laughed out loud. Jian Wushuang, this is your 3rd wedding gift? A pavilion? Haha, this pavilion is less valuable than Bodhi Dan. Are you making fun of Emperor Lung by presenting it as your last wedding gift? Despite Xia Meng's sarcastic words, Jian Wushuang maintained his composure, and he continued to smile. This is the wedding gift my master had carefully prepared for me. Today, let me open your eyes. Jian Wushuang's eyes were lit up with energy. In the upper stand, Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Shui Lingtian's gaze intensified. It begins. With a serious expression on his face, Jian Wushuang stared at the huge pavilion in front of him and focused his thoughts on it. Open. The pavilion opened wide in response to Jian Wushuang's command. The interior of the pavilion was revealed. Xiameng, who had been ridiculing Jian Wushuang a minute ago, froze. In the upper stand, Xia Yu was also taken aback. The spectators in the drill ground were stunned at the scene inside the magic weapon pavilion. Within the magic weapon pavilion, there were dense and innumerable exhibition shelves, each piled with countless magic weapons in a neat and orderly fashion. There were various kinds of magic weapons. It held all treasures one could imagine, like swords, broadswords, axes, spears, magic weapons, and so on. Most importantly, these magic weapons possessed extremely tough and strong auras. The auras had different characters, ranging from hostile and brutal, dark and cold, and sacred. All of these weapons had reached Emperor weapon level. The magic weapon pavilion turned out to be a huge treasure vault filled with numerous Emperor weapons. It was composed entirely of countless Emperor weapons. Everyone was shocked. Jian Wushuang, who had remained standing in front of Magic Weapon Pavilion, took a deep breath and opened his mouth slowly. His voice was cold, but every word resounded like the beat of a drum. Magic Weapon Pavilion contains innumerable Emperor weapons. This includes 2,631 Sword Emperor weapons, 1,594 Broadsword Emperor weapons, 1,423 Spear Emperor weapons, 1,080 Axe Emperor weapons, Stick Emperor weapons. In total, there are 13,799 Emperor weapons. Counting the Magic Weapon Pavilion, which is comparable to a Peak Emperor weapon, there are exactly 13,800 Emperor weapons. This is the third wedding gift that I have specially prepared to marry Her Royal Highness. At the end of his declaration, Jian Wushuang's voice was close to a roar. His hands were also tightly clenched, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented energy and light. A total of 13,800 magic weapons, and all were Emperor weapons. He believed that his incredible wedding gift would override all others in the selection ceremony. Xia Clan, Magic Cloud Valley. I will see if the so-called Magic Cloud Valley relics are superior to my 13,800 Emperor weapons. Jian Wushuang's heart was howling. There was dead silence. An eerie silence had descended in the drill ground. The only sound that could be heard was that of the accelerated pulses of the experts present. The experts present stared at the massive magic weapons in the Magic Weapon Pavilion. Shock turned to panic, and then to fury and madness. More than half of the top experts in the stand couldn't help standing up. Even Xia Yu from Xia Clan stood up. Jian Wushuang's words continued to echo in their heads. 13,800. They were not merely 8,000 divine weapons or eternal weapons, but 13,800 Emperor weapons. Those were precious Emperor weapons, which would be highly valued even by Dao masters. They had also realized that many of the Emperor weapons had reached advanced level, or even peak level. 13,800. It was the sheer number of weapons that made all present tremble in shock and disbelief. This was an unprecedented and unbelievable wedding gift. Everyone was stunned by the number of Emperor weapons in the Magic Weapon Pavilion. All were stupefied, but this was normal. After all, when Shui Lingtian received this wedding gift, Even the experienced Bone King, who had wandered around with 8-star Imperial God, was freaking out. All of you are surprised. Which King gloated and hummed in the body of Jian Wushuang. He was pleased at the reaction of the crowd. He was certain that Jian Wushuang's wedding gift was unparalleled enough to shock the whole world. Chapter 921. Crush at Wedding Gifts. Chapter 921. Crush at Wedding Gifts. It was silent in the drill ground. The huge, sacred magic weapon pavilion was quietly suspended in the void. Aura from the magic weapons within emanated from it. The horrible number, 138,000, echoed in everyone's mind. The experts in the stand had a wealth of experience and soon recovered from their shock. After coming back to themselves, those in the stand were in a frenzy. How is it even possible? Oh God! 138,000 magic weapons? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. It's incredible that someone can collect such a vast number of magic weapons for a wedding gift. 138,000 Emperor weapons. I really doubt that he brought all the Emperor weapons in the eternal world here. It's too incredible. There were gasps of horror. As experienced as the experts were, they had never witnessed such a shocking scene. Even Emperor Lung found it hard to restrain his shock. How is it possible? So many Emperor weapons. If Tang of the East spared no effort, we probably won't be able to obtain 1 or 2/10 of these weapons. How did he achieve this? Emperor Lung muttered as he speculated on a possible reason. Is it from Stellar Fog Sea? The Stellar Fog Sea is so mysterious that no one has emerged from it alive for a long time. No one knows what is inside. Jian Wushuang managed to survive the Stellar Fog Sea. It is probable that he gained a great opportunity there and obtained an incredible number of Emperor weapons. As for that Bodhi Dan, it is probably from the Stellar Fog Sea too. Yes, definitely from Stellar Fog Sea. Emperor Lung confirmed his guess inwardly. Jian Wushuang had indeed gained a great opportunity in the Stellar Fog Sea. The Bodhi fruit to refine the Bodhi Dan was from Stellar Fog Sea. But the magic weapon pavilion had nothing to do with Stellar Fog Sea. This magic weapon pavilion had been given by his mysterious master Xian Yi. And the 138,000 Emperor weapons were also from Xian Yi. This was a big gift from his master. Seated at the long table, Xue Lingtian smiled slightly and looked around. You guys, what do you think of the third wedding gift prepared by my junior brother? Incredible. The master from Dongyin clan said, 138,000 Emperor weapons. Even if Dongyin clan sells all it owns, it cannot compare to 1% of this magic weapon pavilion. Master Blood Saber, how did your junior brother get all these Emperor weapons? All eyes turned to Xue Lingtian. They were curious about how Jian Wushuang had managed to obtain such a huge number of Emperor weapons. Was this opportunity in defiance of the natural order? Don't bother with how my junior brother got these Emperor weapons. I just want to know how this gift compares with that offered by Xia Meng from Xia clan. Xue Lingtian asked with a slight smile on his face. The experts in the stand were in a daze for a second and exchanged glances. They were too embarrassed to respond in Xia Yu's presence, but the answer was obvious. Jian Wushuang and Xia Meng had each prepared 3 wedding gifts. Xia Meng's gifts were indeed extremely precious, especially the 3rd magic Cloud Valley relic, which had surpassed all others in the convention. However, compared to Jian Wushuang's gifts, Xia Meng's gifts were inferior. The disparity was immense. For the first wedding gift, Xia Meng had offered youth-retaining elixir. Jian Wushuang had provided crepe myrtle elixir. Youth-retaining elixir and crepe myrtle elixir were of equal rarity and value. Youth-retaining elixir stopped aging for female cultivators. This was an attractive feature, but it had no truly useful functions. On the other hand, crepe myrtle elixir could inhibit the toxin in Lung Wushuang's body. Besides, Jian Wushuang had overcome great obstacles and retrieved it at great risk to himself. This love alone was something that Xia Meng could not compare with. The disparity between the second wedding gifts was more obvious. The two Blood Emperor puppets given by Xia Meng owned Dao Master level strength, but they were merely puppet fighters. Bodhi Dan offered by Jian Wushuang could produce human Dao Master experts. There were also 5 Bodhi Dan, and therefore potentially 5 human Dao Masters. And as for the third wedding gift, Xia Meng had provided 4 tokens that granted access to the magic Cloud Valley relics. To obtain the treasures from magic Cloud Valley, effort, cost, and time would need to be spent by the bearer of the tokens. Furthermore, only 50 or 60% of treasures may be retrieved. The magic weapon pavilion offered by Jian Wushuang required no further cost or effort by the recipient of the gift. Most importantly, while the magic Cloud Valley relics held a large number of treasure opportunities, their combined value did not even come close to the value of the magic weapon pavilion. A total of 138,000 Emperor weapons. This number was really incredible. It was estimated that there was nothing in the entire eternal world which could match the value of these magic weapons. Naturally, the magic Cloud Valley relics paled in comparison to them. So the 3 wedding gifts from Jian Wushuang and Xia Meng were compared. None of the wedding gifts from Xia Meng were comparable to those presented by Jian Wushuang. In the stand, Xia Yu's face flushed. He, Xia Clan, had spent millions of years searching for the magic Cloud Valley relics. He had intended for the gift to shock the selection ceremony. He had not expected that Jian Wushuang's wedding gifts that would be much more precious than the magic Cloud Valley relics. This was completely beyond his and everyone's expectations. A small boy from a remote domain and an ordinary sect had presented wedding gifts that far surpassed their Xia's. If news of this spread, their first overlord clan, Xia Clan in the Tang of the East, would inevitably become a laughingstock. So what if he has better wedding gifts than Xia Clan? The selection ceremony doesn't just look at wedding gifts. It considers talents and strengths too. We'll see who has the last laugh. Xia Yu snorted coldly. Chapter 922. A Competition of Strength. Chapter 922. A Competition of Strength. The experts in the stand nodded at Xia Yu's words. Indeed, wedding gifts was only one aspect of the selection ceremony. Strength mattered too. Moreover, the wedding gifts was only an external factor, and did not speak for the ability of a person. Someone who was lucky and had no abilities could still obtain treasures that others couldn't reach. Many people felt that Jian Wushuang had probably lucky to get Bodhi Dan and Magic Weapon Pavilion. In the drill ground, Xia Meng had recovered from his shock. A grimace remained on his face. As he glanced at Jian Wushuang, coldness emerged in his eyes. Jian Wushuang, I have no idea how you got the Magic Weapon Pavilion. The strength and talent competition is next. This totally depends on personal strength. I shall see how you can compete with me. Xia Meng had utmost confidence in his strength. He was recognized as the first genius in the Eternal World. He was fully deserving of the title of First Eternal Realm Expert in the Eternal World. Over the years, many strong Eternal Realm experts had challenged him but lost. Without a doubt, the strength competition was totally different from the wedding gifts competition. From his seat in the middle of the stand, Emperor Lung looked down. The strength and talent competition is next. As for the competition rules, before Emperor Lung had finished his sentence, Dong Yen Chong from Dongyan clan in the drill ground took the lead. He stood outside and said respectfully, Emperor Lung, the strength competition need not be so troublesome. Oh. Emperor Lung glanced at Dong Yen Chong. Dong Yen Chong continued gravely. As we all know, Xia Meng is well known as the first Eternal Realm expert in the Eternal World, and also the first genius. In terms of strength, he should be the strongest. Since this election ceremony aims to select the strongest person, there is no need to waste time. If any one of us has doubts about Xia Meng's strength, just challenge him. Anyone who defeats him wins the competition. I know very well that I can't beat Xia Meng, so for this round of competition, I will just give up. Many people around Dongyan Chong shared his sentiments. Unlike the first round competition on wedding gifts, no suspense existed for the second round competition on strength. It was widely recognized that Xia Meng was the first Eternal Realm expert in the Eternal World. Even other geniuses with extraordinary strength not on the same level as him. What do you think, Xia Meng? Emperor Lung said as he looked down. I don't mind. Xia Meng laughed. How about you? Emperor Lung looked at Jian Wushuang, Ku Yi, and others. They nodded their assent. So that's it. If any one of you has any doubts about Xia Meng's strength, just challenge him. If not, we'll take it that you have given up, Emperor Lung said. As Emperor Lung finished his words, all the geniuses, apart from Jian Wushuang, looked in Xia Meng's direction. Like Dongyan Chong, more than half of them had no intention of challenging Xia Meng. The rest of them were hesitant. Finally, a long-haired man with a saber stepped out. This long-haired man was the personal disciple of Deep Sea Palace Master Li Tianqiu. Li Tianqiu appeared in front of Xia Meng with a cold and indifferent face and shocking killing intent. I have long heard that Master Mubai of Xia Clan is the first Eternal Realm in the Eternal World. It is a pity that we had no chance to meet previously. Since we have that opportunity today, we should have a good fight. Besides, since I set foot on the 6 steps of Eternal Realm thousands of years ago, I have encountered many Eternal Realm top experts, but never lost a fight. Let's see if I'm defeated today. Li Tianqiu said coldly. As you wish, Xia Meng said with a slight smile. There was absolute confidence in his words and behavior. Just go ahead. Humph. Li Tianqiu was very decisive. With a cold snort, he started to attack. With a rapid, wraith-like move, he leapt forward. The void before Xia Meng was suddenly broken, and a strong wind swept over. When Li Tianqiu's body appeared, the saber he had carried behind him appeared in his hand. Aggression emanated from him. Swish! A black saber shadow pierced forward. Xia Meng had been standing quietly looking at Li Tianqiu's slash. When the ghost-like saber shadow approached him, a faint smile showed on his lips. He slapped his hand in front of him. This slap was as light as cloud and wind. However, its impact had a horrible, earth-crushing power which forced Li Tianqiu to retreat. What? Li Tianqiu was shocked. He had not expected his slash to be so easily blocked by Xia Meng. He stepped back, trembling. No wonder he is the first Eternal Realm in the Eternal World. He is truly strong. In that case, Li Tianqiu unleashed his full strength. A vast black fog surged violently upwards from his body and expanded to the surroundings. In a very short time, it had developed into a huge black ocean. It covered most of drill ground and obscured Li Tianqiu's figure. At the sight of the scene, the experts on the stand side, they turned and looked at a black-robed, bearded old man who wore a cold expression on his face. This was Li Tianqiu's master, the Deep Sea Palace Master. Deep Sea Palace Master, this disciple of yours is quite good. At such a young age, he has cultivated your unique secret skill to such a high level. It seems that he has fully mastered Chapter 1 of Spiritual Sea Realm and carved out his own Tao. He is not far from being a Tao Master. Deep Sea, congratulations on having such a good disciple. Unmoved by the praise showered on him, Deep Sea Palace Master responded with a cold snort. My disciple's strength is good, but compared with Xia Meng, he has a long way to go. I think that slap from Xia Meng has shown part of his own Tao. And in my opinion, that should be creation level Tao, but it was not perfect.